Hello, hello. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, August the 11th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. I haven't been in here since last Sunday. I've been in here, but I haven't been doing any art since last Sunday. Hi, Jacqueline. It's good to see you. Hi, Laura Jersey. Hello, ladies. Let me get over to my notepad so that I can welcome folks in. It's good to see you guys. I've only been gone a week. And the time flew by. The time flew by. Okay, let me get to my channel. What you guys been up to out there in the YouTube world? All you fibs. Hi, Joyce Boring. Hi, Becky. You did your podcast? Oh, I have to listen to it, Jacqueline. Very cool. Very cool. Hi, Belinda. Welcome in, Belinda. Hi, Teresa. Aw. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, I'm going to do a variety of things tonight. Probably won't get anything accomplished. The first thing I want to do is get out here. If you go to my community tab, you will see, let me just log on here. Let me copy a couple links here. Oh, it looks like I left out the opening here. Oh no, that's on Mondays. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let me copy this. I want to put this in chat. This link. It's good to see all of you after a nice long break. Oh, I gotta turn my sound down. Get to my channel here. And to my live stream. There you are. Well, I'm buffering. Oh, there you are. Teresa's going for coffee. Jersey says variety is the spice of life. Teresa wonders how you do lace postcards. Well, I imagine you could make lace postcards, but what I'm going to do is draw lace like I did on these animals. I should say draw lace postcards, but I had to do my video twice. I deleted the first time I did that. Let me put this in chat here, this link. Got to make sure I have the space in there. Probably didn't catch it. Oh, maybe it did. If you go to this link, this is Art Curious by MMW, her introduction. Well, that's what they're going to do tomorrow. She'll be on, this is the notification post for the summer Streamathon. And she's kicking it off. This is her introduction video, her opening video to the stream. So if you go there, you'll just get a thumbnail with a notification. I turned my notification on. I'm going to try to stay up for it. Miriam at MMW and Raul at Raul Reynolds Designs are hosting a 6-day summer extravaganza Streamathon. Now, if you go to my community tab, and I will be participating on Thursday, the wee hours of the morning until, well, it would be 9 o'clock Eastern. So I'm going to be kind of doing a mini marathon on Thursday, And then on Friday, I'm filling in, I think around noon. I can't remember the schedule right offhand, but I have it. I want to go to my community tab. If you go to the community tab, you will see I posted here. See that? See that little cute little, that's MMW's artwork, I guess. I'm not sure, that's the picture we're using for the Streamathon. And that will probably be my thumbnails for and I'll put Streamathon on there. But if you read this, you will see a link to a playlist that I created personally on my channel, and it just has one video in there now, and that's the opening video by MMW, because the other channels haven't done their streams yet. So, and I put a note to that. And then I'm doing a post for every day, but you can see the schedule for Monday is MMW, and then Beth Schuler, she's on the wee hours of the morning until 2 a.m. That's interesting that Beth would take that time. Jasper at 2 a.m. to 3. Vanessa Angel Rose Designs at 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. And then Pep McIntyre, Two Old Crows, comes on at 8 to 8:30. And then from 8:30 to 9 is a break. Lisa Mingus, Mingus. I did put links to their channels. There is a picture floating around, but I did not use the picture. It's a picture with all this schedule on it, but it doesn't have clickable links, and I can't see it very well on my phone. It's on MMW's community tab, I believe. Then in the afternoon, Becca, Create with Becca, and then again Beth Schuler from 11:30 to 1:30. And then Diana and Miriam, Diana is Serenity Studio Art, and Miriam will be joining her. Then Shannon Art Junkie. And Sharon, there's a lot of these people are new to me. So Texture Junkie, she's coming on at 4:30 to 6. And Kim Poulton at 6 to 10 is closing it out for Monday. So I have Tuesdays all formatted. I still have to find a link. And once I find that link, I will put it up for tomorrow morning. And every day I will do a post through, it goes through Saturday. So be watching for the summer Streamathon. If you want to schedule with links, you can bop on my community tab. I did my best. There might be some little idiosyncrasies there. I took the most recent spreadsheet from Miriam, so I think it's pretty correct. But there might be some little goofs in there. So if there is, just message me or message me and I'll try to correct the schedules. So, all right, so that's covered. I want to pin that post that link I just put in. Let me pin that. Whoops. So that is the opening at I believe it's 12:30 tonight, early morning, tomorrow morning, 12:30 a.m. Is the opening to the Streamathon, and MMW is going to open it. And then Beth Schuler's on. I didn't sleep very well last night. But, so there's that announcement. Let's see what's going on in chat here. Let me just read it here. Okay. Allie K is here. Hi, Allie K. Welcome in. Hi, Linda Rance, who says, oh, that's Jersey, who says, thank you, Linda. That's what I thought. It seems really odd. Maybe it was like this, and I didn't remember what's going on. Laura, I put a new blade in mine after a year of not using it. I don't remember what condition I left it in. Laura said, quick question to anyone who might know. A paper cutter can go without use? I know that sounds really silly, but I haven't used my supplies in quite a while, and I'm cutting paper, and it's dull. It might depend on what you cut last. Maybe somebody snuck in there and cut something while you weren't looking. I use the titanium blades. I use a Postcards paper cutter, and I use the titanium blades, and they last a long, long, long time. If you cut light cardboard, it just depends how thick it is. If it's heavy cardboard, yeah, you're going to dull your blades. But I've never heard of it just sitting there, not being used and going dull. You would think a blade, once it's sharpened, is sharpened. That might be a question for Mr. Scott McGauley. This is where Linda came in. Teresa went for coffee. I think I'm caught up with you guys. Jacqueline said it was only like 5 minutes, lots of pressure. Laura did a podcast. Not Laura, Jacqueline. I was staring at Laura's name. Jacqueline did a podcast. Lovely's Crafting Lodge. Let's go there. Let's just go there and see what she's talking about. We need Lovely's Crafting Lodge. There she is. There she is. Whoops. Let's go to her channel. Do you have it under podcast? She does. Season 1, updated today. What are you talking about? Can I listen to it, Jacqueline? Can I turn on the sound and listen to it? Oh, it's Crafting Lodge Podge. Crafting Lodge Podge. Oh, okay. So you'll see right after the shorts tab, there's a podcast tab there. So there you go. You got it. Can I listen to a bit of your podcast? Can I turn the sound on, Jacqueline? I don't want to do it without your permission. She says that season 1. Yes, you can listen. Okay. Let's turn the sound on. Oh, it's the altered book. Oh, she's altering a book.
Different scrapbooking pages in them. They are.
Oh, I must have listened to this separately. I watched a part of this, Jacqueline.
From quirky projects to unexpected materials, we explore the crafting world together. Tune in for spontaneous ideas, offbeat techniques, and a whole lot of fun. Whether you're a seasoned crafter or just starting out, you're in the right place. I'm so happy you're here to visit.
I watched about half
Grab
of
your
this
supplies,
video.
Get comfy, and let's create together at Lodge Podge.
Lodge Podge.
I am showing you an altered book. So this is a completed altered book. Right now I'm doing a series on my regular videos. Lovely's Crafting Lodge.
Jersey, do you want to put a link into that?
I'm doing a Christmas theme, but this is not a Christmas theme. This is just
you can or I can. Hold on. Well, would you put a link to your channel, Laura? I got Jersey on my brain. Jacqueline, drop a link to your channel for everybody. Okie dokie. Teresa says, I've been watching her repurposed book. Yeah, podcasts are kind of hard. You kind of want to keep them short. You're doing something, so you, with your hands, and you're showing something, so that catches the interest. But if it's just showing your hands or maybe doing, something, just talking, I've learned just from listening to my trial podcast that got fairly long, I lose interest just because I want to move on. I don't even like listening to myself. It's an interesting topic. While I'm doing those things, I'm always interested. But going back and listening to it, yawn. Okay, I worked a little on and I wrote a story for this. And I had disassembled this. I'm not going to go into the story tonight. I'm just going to show you my progress. I'm pulling Derwin by the tail. He's pulling me by the tail. I got this Wood Mania sticker book. I got it because Dee Dee was using it, and some of the other fibs had purchased it, and Prime Days, I got it for a nice little, I don't know if it was a Prime Day discount, but I bought it. I can't remember how much I paid for it, and I'm not going to go look. I don't care. I do care, but I got it over Prime Days, and I don't know exactly how, kind of have fallen away from watching a lot of videos. Well, I'm trying to get this untied. I guess I tied it fairly tight. But Dee Dee is using this sticker book, and some of the folks in her stream are. So it inspired me. And what I'm going to do with this is do a Adventures with Ruby Rose series out of this. And I'm going to have little Ruby Rose stories. I have a journal of Ruby Rose stories that I should get out and show you. But this is going to be the Adventures with Ruby Rose. And Ruby Rose is kind of a little fib-diggity gnome. And gnomes live in the woods. In fact, they live between two big trees. So this book is perfect for a Ruby Rose story. And I've disassembled the book, and then let me go to the back here. I've decided that what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to do it tonight because I want to get on to doing other things, but I have this bed sheet that I've stripped down, and I'm going to sew, and I haven't decided if I want to machine stitch or hand stitch these pages, and they will match up. Like this one will go here. In fact, I think it goes the other way because that's the back. Well, this is a back too, but and then there's some pages here I haven't got done yet. Hold on, I've been playing with these. It goes here. I guess I did have it right. Let me turn it. I guess I only have 2 done. It goes like this. So, and they're just folios. And I'll probably bind them as folios. Because there's a way that you can, I don't want to fold it in because I want each spread to be a double layout. And the book was made so this is my left hand would match the right hand. So this looks upside down to me though. I might have to reverse this because I think this is the right side up. So I got this page in upside down. Well, it's all upside down. This needs to go over here. That's what happened. Because I have it this way and it's upside down. I'll have to move this to there to make it right side up. But as you page through the book, you'll have pages here. And I'm going to tell little adventures with Ruby Rose. And maybe I have it. It goes like goes like that. And then this one. This is upside down too. It goes like that. Oh, and then this one goes here. So I'm going to have to straighten out. I was just playing to see how these strips would work on here. I did something similar to last year's December Daily, and I like it. So I'll have to adjust my pages accordingly. But I got a lot of pages. I've already started writing the first story, so I know what the first adventure is going to be. But this Woodlandia book has all these stickers that I can use to tell the stories, the adventures. And fairies are a big part of the adventures. So this is something that's not going to get done right away. This is something I'm playing with, and it's just a playtime exercise. And here are my strips here that I tore. So I had everything sorted out here. I guess I'll just tie it back up. And then I brought this in because I'm going to stitch. If I hand stitch it, if I machine stitch it, I won't be using this. I'm really thinking about hand stitching. Just do running stitches. And I've been working in my slow stitch projects. I'm all cut up to, well, I'm still working on last Monday's journal page, but that's because I stopped here. I want to walnut dye. This is going to go on it, but I want it to be walnut dyed, so I thought I'd do that tonight before we get started on the main Sunday night activities. So I'm just kind of doing a little show and tell right off the bat here. Let me just fold that in. And yeah. As you can tell, this is the hem off of a sheet. The sheet was a Walmart sheet, but let me tell you, it was a nice one. It was a nice one. And it's really, I like the feel of it in my hands. It'll be nice to stitch on it. And I think it's a king size, so it's nice and big, and I have oodles of fabric. Let me flip this. This kind of project goes together here with my crochet thread. And it isn't anything that's going to get done right away. You know, it's just something when I get ready to do the first story. It'll probably be in September when I do the first story. These are my postcards from last Sunday night. These were so fun to do. They are just done with the fine line paint applicator. And they are nice and thick. That's number 2. I think the rabbit was 1. This is card 2, the elephant. And then I think we did the dragon. Card 3 was the dragon. Card 4. Card 4 was my sorry looking dog. And was this card 5? No, the card did 6 cards. I did more. I did 8 cards. This is card 4. What was that? Card 5. Card 4 was the goat. Card 4 is the goat. Card 5 is the sorry dog. And I forgot about this paint. It's still wet in there. I'm going to wash it out. I won't forget about it tonight because I can't close my lamp down. And then we did a silhouette. That was card 6. This paint is nice and thick. And I imagine if I bent it too much, it would crack. And then I did a couple of lace examples is what I want to do tonight. So, what I want to do is several different things. Let me just put these over here. I'm going to get out my walnut ink, and I'm going to dip this piece of tatting here. This is going to go on my most recent last Monday's art journal, stitch journal page. The stitch journal is my main journal for 2024, my art journal for 2024. And I'm keeping up with it pretty good, but I need to bind it and all of that. It's going to be, I'm debating whether or not I'm going to do a December daily this year. I don't want to quit doing them. Let's see. I think I have some walnut ink here. And what I'm going to do is just dip this in here, and then we'll just let it dry. And this is walnut ink. I believe that's the walnut ink I was using. I think that might be the acorn ink. Let me reach over here. I can't remember. I didn't label. Well, we'll test it. This is not the dirty stuff. The dirty stuff is, I got 2 of these little jars. This is the dirty stuff, needs to be tossed. But instead of tossing it, I think I'll scrape off the yucky stuff at the front. It's just from putting my paintbrush. That's not mold. That's just yucky stuff from a fabric and paintbrush and stuff like that in there. I put alcohol in my ink, so I think this is the walnut ink here. I'll know after I dip it a little. I can't remember from last time I used this. Let's just dip it. Well, that's good enough for what I want, because it doesn't have to be black. Let's just dip this in. I think this is the acorn ink, though. It should be darker than that. Let's... Oh. Where's my old scissors? They're here. Let's see if that did it. No. I don't clean these rims off. I should put a plastic in there. I'm just breaking the seal here. It's easier to do with a jar than when it has a nice rim there. Let's see if that did it. Don't want to spill that. There. Hold it. Let me grab a towel. I need to get in here. My goal this month was to organize in this room, but the best thing I got done was, see how light this is? I think this is acorn ink here. I really don't care. I won't be doing any more acorn ink. I dropped it in there. I need a paintbrush now. See how much darker this is? But it'll get lighter as it dries. But so I know the big jar's acorn ink. And I think what I'm going to do, even with that stuff that's contaminated, I think I'm going to dye some papers. Jacqueline is the dye person here. Okay, I'm leaving this out because I got more I want to do. I better not put it there. I might just leave it here. And I'm just going to set this aside and let it air dry. And it'll be dry by tomorrow. I want to finish up I got a good start on it. I can't wait to show you what I've done with last week's page. It was techniques on couching, K3N cloth tails. So I'm just going to let it dry like this. Where did it go? It's over here. I tatted that. That'll go good on my page. Whoops, let me just put it over here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to work on, I joined Beth Schuler's postcard swap, and I did not get, I need some paper. Where's my paper? Over here. I did not get my postcards off yet. They're due to be sent by the 15th. I'm always Meri come lately. I'm looking for my watercolor pad here. And, but it's not the 15th yet, so I have time. What did I do with my watercolor pad? I had two of them. Where did I put them? Hold on. Here we go. I like this Walmart Be Inspired watercolor paper. It's a good value for the money. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this lid on for right now because I don't want to spill it. And I can very easily spill things. I signed up for 3 people, and I like to give one to Beth, so that's 4. And then I want one for my Doodles deck, and I want to send one to me separate. So I'm going to do 6 postcards here. And I'll show you what I'm going to do. Whew! I need to get it all done. Let me turn that fan toward me because it's getting warm again now. Whew. We've had some cool days. Have you guys been having any cool days? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cut these right off the bat. And I'm making my postcards 4x6. Let me reach down and get my trimmer. Wherever I put that. It doesn't go far, but I move things around. Where did I move it off to? Oh, reach, Meri, reach. It just got, did it get shoved? Yeah, I have to stand up and reach across the desk here. It got shoved over into the corner. Usually I don't do that. All right, 4x6. So I cut the 4. Well, let's cut it at 8. Cut off the extra ½ inch. This is 9x12 watercolor paper. And this will be kind of doodling because I'm going to draw lace. But once I do one, I'm not going to do several designs, several different designs. I'm going to pick one and repeat it. And I don't want to make it too difficult. But I'm going to try a little bit different technique here. And I think you guys will enjoy seeing that. And when I get to a good spot here, I'll stop and come out and see what's going on in chat. Don't forget, starting at 12:30 tonight, going through Saturday, we have the summer Streamathon hosted by Raul and Miriam, MMW. There's a link to her opening video that's pinned up above. So if you get bored, look, I got some splatter on here already, but that will be okay. I picked it up from there. That will be okay because of what I'm doing. That will get all covered. I wanted an 8. Actually, I could cut this half off and get a little of it. It'll get all covered. It's nice to be back in here. And even though I don't have it completely organized yet, it does feel more comfortable in here. I need to finish my organizing. I closed the, I'm using the screen over the archway, doorway there. And so the room is closed off during the day. And so I don't think about coming in here because I'm usually stitching or doing something, reading. I'm reading a quilting series. It's the most recent book by Jennifer Cheverini. She's a Madison, Wisconsin author. She writes the Elm Creek book series. And then she's done a lot of historical novels. So I'm reading her most recent Elm Creek series. Now what I'm going to do is draw some lace. And I'm going to draw them on white. So I'm not going to use this while I'm doing that. I'll come back to that. Let me put it up here. And you may be able to see it when I zoom in, but it's going to be hard for you to see because I'm not going to draw it in pencil or anything. It's going to be white on white. And you guys, have you heard about French lace? Let me get rid of that. Let me come out to my notepads here. Oh, I'm in miscellaneous. I want to go to Doodles. I saved the lace links in my... And I got to figure out how I pinned this week 22. And I got to figure out how to unpin it. Oh, wait, unpin. I saw unpin. Unpin favorites from top. There we go. So when I do week 24 here, and I think it's toward the last, the link is the French lace. That's a handkerchief. Lace fan. I think it's one of these. Let's try this. Yeah, French lace. And this might be the one I want to do because it's pretty simple with just a leaf and a vine. It doesn't have a lot of other characteristics. It's got some filling stitches in there. So let me bring this down into my gallery here. It's always easier for me to zoom in on it because I don't need it all. And let's see, color's pretty good. And I think I'm just going to leave it like that and increase the resolution. And I'll zoom in here so you guys can see a little bit better. But I'm just going to take one area here, if I can figure out which one I want. Oops. And do one area. Now I'm going to work horizontally. I think I want toward the bottom, but I might do this. You can see there's kind of like a little edging here. But what I really like is the bottom lace in here. Let's edit this again. and go toward the bottom here, because then I'll zoom way in. It looks like I've got a tag here on my sleeve. I didn't roll it up. It's got a button on the end and the tag is sticking out, bothering me. Just pull it up a little. All right, I want to edit. I want to zoom way in here. And then what I'll do is I'll pull some of this. I'll have to come back for that. Some of the top border around it. Let's save that. So the lace is just basically, I liked how they did it down in here. Might need to go back again here. What was it, this one? I think here, edit. No, I cut it off here. Let's go back. Discard. Gallery. Download. Let's go back to this. It's pretty close to the edge. Edit. Yeah, it's real close to the edge. Let me save it again. Well, it's close to the edge here too. Save image. Open. Edit. Oh, close all open editors. I thought I did. Well, let's close everything. Oh, there it is over there. Okay. Hold on. No, I'm not getting it. Oh, dee-dum, dee-dum, dee-dum. Come on. Oops, that's not it. That's the other one. Is that it? No? Is that it? Yeah. This phone sometimes, it doesn't, it says it, oh, I didn't, it says download complete, but, all right. So now I want to edit. And what I want is more of the space here. And more of the gray down in here. And more of the top up in there. I think that's better. All right, let's do the coloring again here. And save this one. Increase resolution. All right, let me come out and look at chat. I like to look at chat on my phone. I think I got out of everything here. YouTube. My channel. Lace postcards. Oh, let me. Lace postcards. All right. Mary, just take off your shirt. Angie! I'm not taking my shirt off. You know, my brother's home. You know, I have to tell you, I already told him, but I was watching a video on Monticello, which was Thomas Jefferson's, our third president. And I was watching a video on the home that he designed, Monticello. And for the last decade, only the bottom rooms were open to the public. But in the last, I think it took them 3 years to get it. Now, where's that button? I covered up the button on my sleeve. I'll just tuck it in the cuff here. Anyway, on the third floor was an extra bedroom. And Thomas Jefferson, when his sister, I'm doing my sleeves here, rolling them up. His sister's husband passed away and kind of left her homeless. And so he said, "You can come and live with me." And I told my brother, I said, "Look, even Thomas Jefferson let his sister stay with him." I said, there's another Thomas that was awfully nice to his sister. All right. Angie's here. Linda's here. Jacqueline, Mary, you make acorn ink? Yeah, acorn ink, though, I have to tell you, it's a lighter color, and you really have to probably cook it longer if you want a darker color. I don't really care for it. It's a very light tan. I prefer the walnut ink, but my Skin and Bones friend here in Harvard, she moved away, but before she moved away, she had an acorn tree out in her backyard. And she said, "Mary, you can have all the acorns you want." And her yard was just covered with them. She had trash barrels of acorns she's trying to clean up in the fall. The squirrels got some, but she let me have some. And I had a big garbage bag of them. And I cleaned them. I washed them first because, after you rake them up off the ground, you get dirt and particles in there. I just took a hose and washed them, and then I threw them in hot water bath, just like you would cook walnut ink, hulls and all. And I didn't smash them or anything. But I think typically acorn ink is a much lighter ink. Let's see. Remember to use, Jacqueline website. You can put a link to your website too if you want, Jacqueline. Her website where she sells her papers and her dyed goods, and she's got really good prices, I think. I've done an order from her, but if you do an order, you get and use the code Meri10, she'll give you 10% off. And you won't be disappointed. I have to tell you that. You will not be disappointed. And I'm back to where it's Lodge Podge. Angie's making paper angels. She almost forgot to... Okay. So let's go back to that lace example because I don't want to spend all night doing this. Let's go back here and click on, I'm going to get rid of my chat thing until I'm ready to, and I'm going to expand this. And I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see. And this is going to kind of be a two-step process. Is that zoomed in enough? Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Isn't that lace pretty? You can kind of see, well, of course, when I hit the auto, in my graphic editor there, I hit auto, which adjusts the color automatically. I don't mess with it or anything on this one. But you can see some of the discoloration in there. So what I'm going to do you guys remember, do you remember how I did the writing on white paper and then used a layer over it, and it all the colored layer went into the background and the white paint acted as a resist? That's what I'm going to do with these lace postcards. You'll see. And let me see. I think I used this paint. I want to refill it because I don't want to have to stop in the midstream and refill my fine liner. And I'm just going to draw it. My first one will probably be will probably be a test. I might have to do a test first. So I might, we'll just see how it goes. And when you use these fine liners or any fine liner, you want to use as fresh ink as you have access to. This is pretty fresh white ink. I buy a lot of, paint. I do not mix water with it or anything because I like it thick, because when it dries, let me put the cap on here so I don't spill. I'll show you one of those postcards. When it dries, it has a real nice texture. And that should show up on, well, see on this rabbit? On this rabbit, in the piece that, this was a woodcut. And so the way he achieved shadowing and everything was through carving, through cross-hatching for woodcut. But when I run my hand across here, there's so much texture. There's a lot of texture on this elephant. So I'm going to do that on white paper with this lace, and then I'm going to come over it with the walnut ink, and we'll get this stained effect. That's the plan. Let's see if I can accomplish it. And it should really not, the hardest part about doing this, well, there's the drawing, but the longest part, I should say, is getting the paint to dry. But I think with my heat gun, I can get it dry enough to put a layer of walnut ink over it. So I'm just going to start out here. What I really like is the edge here. And it looks like it has an edge here and an edge there, and then it goes into all these leafy vines. I'm going to put this edge, and then I'm going to skip into the leafy designs. I'm not going to put this edge here. So, let me zoom in as much as I can. So, there's two, I'm going to do this area right in here. There's two kind of like little circles, little wreath type things, and one in the center. And then I'm going to skip all of this, and then I'm going to do this up here and maybe put some of this kind of a border stitch up there. We'll see how it goes. So in the center here, let's concentrate on that if I can. It's just kind of like a little circle. And it's wiggly squiggly, and you know, it's a vine, so I'm going to put a couple little leaves in there. So, and I'm hoping you can see the paint on here. You may not see this come to life until, if you're on a phone, you can zoom in and maybe see the texture of this paint as I'm doing this. It will come to life. It will come to life after it dries and it gets that stain on it. Okay, now it's got another kind of like a little leafy leaf in there. Now, I don't like to get a lot of paint on my nozzle. Where's my towels? Behind me. Oh. So I like to keep the nozzle clean. You can do that with a baby wipe or a towel while the paint's still wet. I find if I draw through wet paint, it will clog up. Let me bring this up close so you can see it better. What I've done, just that circle. See what I've done? And that dries kind of dimensional when it dries. So we're going to do this whole thing, and hopefully, no, this blouse is slipping down on me. Hopefully it won't take that long after I do the first couple. All right, so I've kind of done the center. I'm going to go over to this one, and it's got a vine that kind of comes out here and goes up into kind of like a little oval type shape. So I'm going to do that. And it's going to come up. And I'm just going to do kind of like a little oval. Once I do the first one and get a sense of what I'm doing, and then it's got another little loop down in here, so I'm going to grab this and bring it down this way. And this does connect in here. And then it's got a little leaf, and I'll show you this. I'll show you this when I get it done so you can see the whole thing. I'll hold it up close. And it's got kind of like a little loopy-doopy in there. And then it comes down and it does this bottom lace. And I'm just going to try to get that in there. And it's got some, you know, it's just going to be kind of like a nod to lace. It's not going to be perfect. And then it has a little circle in here. And let's see, I've got that leaf, and then there's kind of like a little leaf going on over in here, one off to the edge. Okay, now I'm going to do the other side, very similar. On this side, there's another kind of like an oval shape. And the thing about doing this is you don't want to get your hands in the paint, which I should have probably, I don't like to tape things down because it's hard for me to move them. Okay, we're going to do the oval kind of first. And it's okay to be wiggly in here because this is a vine. And yeah, it's wiggly. And it'll have patches of white in there. This from the paint running. Alright, we're going to put another leaf shape out this way. And maybe something going on in here. And then the same little bottom circles in here. And you see my circles there closed up. So on my other ones that I do, this is my first one, I'll make these wider. I could make this one a little wider here. If this paint, you know, it's paint, it's wet paint, so it's going to run. All right. Now I'm going to bring this, and I'm just going to imagine another one going kind of up over here. And you can, you know, this is nothing that has to be perfect. All right. Now, see all the filling stitches in here? Those are cool, but I'm going to skip most of those, and I'm going to come up here and do a vine, and then I'm going to fill it in, but it won't be that close as far as being filled in. And as you can see, this vine in here actually falls down into here. So let's do that. Let's just bring it like that, kind of. And it has another one that kind of comes off over this way. And then there's one going in the center and kind of up in there. So let's do this one. And these won't be the same on all of them because just because it's just not going to happen. Now I need to go in and put in the leaves on all of these. Now the paint's wet, but I think when I hit it with my heat gun, I can dry the top layer enough to, I'm not going to spray, I don't think, I could try, but I think when I did this walnut ink, it's too thick for my sprayers. It plugs up the nozzle. And that's just was the way I created it. Whoops, I knew that was going to happen. There's something up in there. And at this point, I'm just kind of putting in vines. I'm not trying to do exactly what they're doing. And once you get the hang of this, now if I put in those filling stitches, I think I might just leave it. I don't know, because if I get too close, the filling stitches, the ink will run onto each other, and I think I have enough variety on here. I'll put some more leaves in here. I think the paint will run together. I could, after it's all dry, I probably won't because I want to get them sent. But after, see now it's clogging up on me. After it's all dry, I could come in with a white pen and put in some filling stitches after I put walnut ink over it. Hold it. This is the hardest part, is, you know, Penelope, where are you? Sometimes a pen works well. Grab a pen here. Oh, that's bent. All Penelope's pens are bent. She's been 9 on them. She doesn't like to give them up. Come on, Penelope, I want this one. That one's bent too. Penelope, you bent all your pens. So you gave them to me bent. I need a longer one. Where did it go? That one's fairly straight. I have some others out in the other room, but I don't want to run and get them. Let's see if I can't. If you catch this, well, and you're supposed to, Mary, I didn't clean this. You're supposed to clean it after every use, Mary. I didn't do that. I just don't do as I do as I say. Okay, now I'm going to put in this top. Now it's plugged up. I got to get it going here. What would I do with my pen? I put it down there. It's probably got a goober in it or something. Sometimes by just putting a pin in there, I can feel that where the nozzle is, but and yeah, these are kind of a pain to use, but in my opinion, that the acrylic paint is the brightest of the whites. And I like the texture it gives. I'm trying to find the little center hole here. I'm not having much luck. Probably why the paint's not coming out. Hold on. I might just have to do one and finish them up tomorrow if I can't get this going. Gonna get some of that paint out of here. Throw that away. Hold on. Yeah. It's clogged up in there. You can see the... Let me go back in from the other way. I like these. They're one of my favorite tools, but they are kind of a... They're not made to do this. They're made for, I think, for model car maker. They're really glue dispensers, but I like them. All right, let's see. I don't even see my, sometimes, and that's a long pen. I don't see the, there it is. This gives us time to dry anyway. I'll show you what I've done. I'm trying to find the other end of that nozzle. Let's see if I've done any. Let's see if I've done any good. Do this one more time. It's probably got a goober in it. That's why I would say you want to use the freshest paint that you have. But even your fresh paint has a shelf life where it's just probably, unless you strain it all out, sort it all out before you put it in there, it's going to have goobers. I don't feel it clogging up in here, but I don't see the hole. Well, yeah, I do see it. I've got poor lighting. I think I might have it. Let's put it on there and see what happens. Sometimes I get it all unplugged and the next line plugs up again on me. Let's see. Yeah. I don't know, what did I do with my... I'll just use this. Let's see if I can get anything out of it. Oh, there it comes, but I can feel it. Yeah. Well, I'm disappointed because I wanted to do these tonight. I think this is my longest needle. Could try one of these. Is there any longer? Might be just a little longer. It's curved too. Let's see if this works any better. It wants to, but it just, there. All right, I think I got it flowing enough to do a little bit more. Put that there. Let's see if I can finish this one. So I'm going to do the border up here at the top, the little, kind of like a little blanket stitch border, a little open stitch border. And then I'll bring it up and show it to you. And it's coming out. I loosened the cap there, and that's not funny. It's plugging up on me again. I'm disappointed. Yeah. It wants to. There's just probably a goober in it. And this little orange thing comes off, the yellow one comes off, but it's not what's stopping it. I don't see any goobers. It must, oh there, see how my needle goes down inside there? See, that's what I was looking for, the other end of this. Clear this out. Yep, this is not for the faint of heart. It is messy, but it's fun to do. Let's see if I did any good. Whew. I meant to turn that fan toward me again. Hold on. Ah, on my back. Oh, that feels good. Look how painty my hands are. See, it feels nice and clean. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of paint on the... Now, I thought about doing this on black paper, but my black cardstock is a little bit thinner than watercolor paper. All right, let me do this. Let me get this out of the way. Wipe my hands off a little. And fold this wax paper in half so I have a clean. Oh, let's just sanitize my hands here. Get some of that gunk off so I don't get it on my card. Yep. So if you get a postcard from me using this technique, you know that I put a lot of effort into it. I'm doing a postcard swap on Beth Schuler's group, so this will go. I got the postcards from them already. All of them sent me the postcards. And I need to reciprocate before the 15th. All right, I think I got it. It's looking good. Well, that other looked good too, but this feels better. Oh. Let's see if I can just finish this card up here. You don't want to drag your nozzle through wet paint. That's one sure way to clog things up. And the other thing you want to make sure to have your cap tightened here. I loosened that thinking that the air was... Let's tighten this cap a little because it's going to drip if I don't. All right. Let's try this again. And I'll hold this up so you guys can see it. And then we'll hit the heat gun to it. And I'll put the walnut ink on it so you can see the effect. I'm going to put a couple of leaves in the border here. And you could put, since I'm not going to put I'm going to put dots in there since I'm not, and that'll help it look lacy. I'm not going to draw all the little filling stitches in there. French lace is so pretty. Oh, it's dripping out of someplace here. I thought I tightened that up, but it's dripping. Drips are okay. So you see, once you get it flowing, it's really quite fun. It has its frustrations, but it's really fun to do. And just wait till you see the walnut ink over this. All right, now, did I give Penelope back that pen? I don't know if I did or not. I'm going to use this one. I'm going to put this back in. No, wait, here it is. Penelope says, no, you didn't give it back to me. What do you mean, did you give it back to me? Penelope's getting snarky in her old age. I've had that pincushion doll for probably, well, I moved to Madison in 2003, and I think I got it that year, so we'll count 2003. Did that go all the way down? Yeah. So, and this is 2024, so 21 years, and she sat on the shelf. She sat on the shelf for a while, so she's probably, I would say she's probably a 30s or 40s doll. Well, I'm going to leave this. And my hands are getting painty again. It's impossible to stay clean when you're doing art if you're being... Well, that's not true, because there are artists out there who do beautiful art and their hands are so clean and they're not messy like me. All right, hold on. Let me get another piece of wax paper. And I'll hold this up so you can see it close up. I got paper towel in my lap and wax paper coming in. All right, hold on. I want to hold this up so you can see the texture of it. See, look at that. Isn't that cool? And when I get that, when I dry it, I'm going to pull this out. Put the clean one there. When I get that walnut ink on there, I'm going to try to hit it with my heat gun. And then we're just going to brush, lightly brush walnut ink on it. Hold the phone. I've got to get my heat gun out. It's here somewhere. I generally just follow the cords and I find it. I unplugged this one. I don't keep it plugged in because it's got a short in it. I think the short is up in here, but just out of safety precaution. All right, I need to move these pins or I'm going to spill them all. Grab my plug-in. Got the paper pad on it. Move my paper pad, I'm done with that. Alright. I'm going to hit it with the heat gun. And it'll dry the top layer. The heat gun will dry it enough that I can put a thin coat on it, but I can't press down on it very good or I'll smash out the texture. And that's why a sprayer, spray would look nice on this, but I don't think my walnut ink is thin enough to put in one of those little art sprayers. And I'll hold this up again when this is dry enough to show you. And I'll have to let this air dry overnight. Let's see what I've got here. Now I'm just going to lightly touch the surface of it. I can see some wet spots, shiny spots on it. But I think it's, let me wash my hands so I know I have clean hands. My fingertips. Clean. This is a fun technique to do if you have patience. You have to have a certain amount of patience. Now I have patience doing this type of thing because to me it's like a discovery, but I don't have a lot of patience coloring. All right, now my hands are fairly clean of spots. I can see some wet spots in there though from the light, so I might hit it with a heat gun one more time, but it is in the flatter areas it's pretty dry. I'm going to hit it one more time. What did I do with the heat gun? Oh, I set these things down and then I can't find them again. What did I do with that heat gun? Follow the cord, Meri. Follow the yellow brick road. Here it is. I'm going to go where I see those wet spots, where the light shines on it, which is all over in various places. Okay. Now, we know from the other night, these lace pieces that I did, we know they're dry. Now, the walnut ink will not bring them out the same way on black paper as they would on, I'm trying to get that other one that I did here. There's this one. This has got quite a bit of texture, but let's take my brush. I'm going to set this aside for a minute and I'll open up my walnut ink carefully. I don't do anything carefully. I've already spilled it over there. It's okay, because it's going to get covered anyway, but geez, Mary, some of that is... What's going on here? Some of the little wet spots here are from my hand sanitizer. Let me just put these over here out of my way. Now I need a decent brush. Oh, how about this one? That's pretty good. And I'm just going to take a little dip there and just brush. Over. Is this the acorn ink? Was the other the... Did I put the wrong one back? What did I do with that other jar? This is the acorn ink. Hold on. This is not... I can tell it's too light. What did I do with that other? I didn't put it there. I didn't put it back, did I? Yes, I did. This is the walnut ink, and that's the clean stuff. This, I'm going to put this back. Jeez. My foot in the cord here. I really am more comfortable in here, but it's pretty close quarters. All right, I think this is the darker stuff. I probably should have shaken it up. Yeah, see how much darker that is? And you can kind of see the resist going on here, but because it's got a black background, the acrylic paint is resisting the ink. So let's do this one. I can't wait to do this one. I see some more wet spots in there. I'm going to hit it one more time. And what did Mary do with the heat gun? Follow the cord. That's the only way I find it these days. I put it down in here, and then I move those pencils. I can see it's still wet in there. Oh, I probably unplugged it. Never hurts to unplug it, but yeah, if you want to use it, it needs to be plugged in, Mary. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I hope I'm not boring you. Don't forget the Streamathon starts tonight. The Streamathon starts tonight at 12:30 Central, or 12:30 Eastern, I'm sorry, 11:30 Central. 12:30 Eastern, all the times in the Streamathon schedule are Eastern. And if you go to my community tab, you can see everybody that's streaming tomorrow. And every day, I'm going to put up another post, and it'll have links to them. And there might be some places in there where it's a little different, because I'm using the most recent schedule that Miriam gave us. Now, I might change my tune here and go from walnut ink to watercolor, because the walnut ink seems to be coloring the acrylic. On these wider spots, it's not. I don't know if I can wet this. Where's my, if it would take some of that off while it's still wet. Walnut ink is a permanent, yeah, it's taking some of it off there. So I want the white to show through, the white of the lace. So I'm just kind of doing what you would do with sandpaper and rubbing over it there to bring out the lace. I'm just kind of experimenting. But I think this is a pretty technique here. And yeah, it's going to get it on the back too. It'll get it on the back. Because, you know, and I might just color the entire back. I'm really happy with this in the long run. It's a little bit frustrating to, you know, get my fine liner working, but I like the effect here. Now, this is more of a yellow tone, but I'm using walnut ink. That's fabric. I'm liking that. I'm liking it a lot. And I'll flip it over in a minute here. I'm tempted to hit it with the heat gun again. Maybe I will. So I can flip it. We'll see what happens. And it'll dry lighter. You can do the same thing with watercolor. I think that's what I originally used. You can use acrylic paint. I would not use acrylic paint because acrylic, the watercolor and this walnut inks will resist. I don't think, unless you had a wash, a very, very light acrylic wash, I don't think you would want to use it because it will soak in, it will cover up your white pieces. And I was thinking while I was doing this, I could come in with my, I'm going to flip it over. I'm going to flip it over and just take care of the back here. And that's good. We'll just color it on the back. Like it's supposed to happen that way. Now let's dry this. Let's get some of this up. Now, I could probably go tonight. It's 7:30 now. Miriam comes on at 12:30 on the Streamathon, which is 11:30 my time. I could probably go until about 11 or 11:15 and then run and catch her. Now, it is curling up on me, so I'll have to put some books under it. Let's just wipe that up a little. But let's get the corners here a little. Now, I would think, I like the yellow tone of the, let's go back to that picture. I like the yellow tones in here. I would think I could add some, put this in a little cup and add some, maybe even some acrylic. Just a dab, just a dot, to see if I could get some yellow. I might do that. Let's just see if that works. This will be mine. This is the first one. I'm playing with it. This is a cup here. And let's see. I don't need much yellow. I just need a dot of it. I want a dark yellow. A dark yellow, Mary. Even like a goldy color. That's brown. I might have to invest in some more paint. I'm twirling my paint rack here. Here's some gold. That's a lemony color. This one might work. Same color. And I won't try it on the postcard first. I'll try it on a piece of paper. Hold the phone. I'm getting out a scratch pad here. Of course, you know, when you want one, they don't want to come. Good thing I didn't have anything in there. Okay, unplug the paint here. Penelope. So you get all my pens dirty, Mary. All right, I just want to drop. I might need to shake it up. I want a little goldy color here. There, that's a drop. Now, let's take a little bit of this. And mix this up. No, it's not. I need more of a drop. I don't want it too thick. Well, I can see it. It's getting more opaque, but I don't see the yellow. Let me wash out my brush. Yeah. It's not what I want. I don't know if I can achieve that yellow tone with this walnut ink. It's a different brush. See, it kind of fades into the ink. That might, of course I'm doing it on paper here, not watercolor paper. Maybe I might need it thicker than I think I do. Yeah, I'm not sure about it. Let's grab this. Now, well, if I do it on the white parts, but I want the white to be white. It's not, I'm not happy with it. It's not doing what I want. So I'm going to give it up. And let's just take what's on here. I'm not done with that yet. Yeah, a sheet. Don't want to waste. No waste. Sometimes it's fun, more fun doing this. You got to be careful though, because this is just paper. All right, that's messy enough. Put my brush in the water until I need it, and I'll just let this dry. It'll dry light, and I can use it for journaling or whatever. All right, throw that away. I use that again. Put walnut ink in if I want. Hold on. I'm not going to do that. However, I'm going to flip this over to the clean side. Fairly clean. It isn't going to matter because I painted the back of it. But what I want to do, because I'm not done, what I want to do is grab this fine liner and highlight some of these areas here. Now you could put just their background and draw on the background. But I feel like doing it like this has a lot of texture to it. And I could probably get my little loopies in there. That I wanted. And I have not found a good white pen yet. Well, the Pentel comes close, but I prefer the fine liner. I prefer the brightness of the acrylic paint. I find that the inks tend to soak into my papers. Well, let's close up some of these leaves. So now I want to do 6 of these. However, we got the summer Streamathon going, and I'll probably, I'll have to have some rest. We all need rest. But I'll probably watch a lot of them, and I'll probably be working on these postcards while I'm listening to the Streamathon videos. There's a lot going on. I want to watch some of those newer channels that I'm not familiar with, mostly because I don't get out to the places like I used to, even the people that I know. All right, let's see if I can't put some of this back in here. The ovals. And then this one came up, down and around. I think that the ink tends to coat my paint a lot bit more than watercolor would, but I like it that it's permanent. I don't like to send off postcards that I have a lot of watercolor on them, because what if they get wet? I guess you could put a fixative on them, but I'm not really one to do that. And most watercolor artists do not use fixative on their paintings. Now, a postcard might be another story, but... All right, I think I'm pretty happy with this in the long run. Let's put in my dots. That will bring out the lacy effect. And I'll put this aside and let it dry, and then I'll come out and look at chat. Now on the back, I'm going to have to glue down the address, use address labels, and if I want to do a message, I'll have to glue down a piece of paper, but that's okay. All right, let's do this again. I'm liking how it's turning out in the long run. A little bit frustrating, but it isn't for the faint of heart if you just want to zoom and get done. This takes a little bit of manipulating and patience. And really, this should have a line up at the top here. Now let's do these. I'm sorry I haven't been following chat. I've been solving my problems over here. Yeah. I hope I'm not plugging it up again. Hold on. Where's my towel? Let's hit it with the needle. I'm just about done with this one. Don't plug up on me. I'd like to have it a little bit more yellow, a yellow tan color to it. Happy with what I have here. Hopefully it's gonna finish up for me. Come on. And let's just go around the border. And you want this to dry good before you send them out. I'll put them under a heavy book so they'll be nice and flat. And I think what I'm going to do for the postcard swap is I'm going to send these, put a stamp on them and send them, but I'm also going to send them some happy mail because all the ones that I got, they're in the other room. All the ones that I got in envelopes. And they're blank postcards, but I'm going to actually send the postcard to them. All right, hold on. Have patience. I got to get this. I don't want it to clog up again on me here. Trying to get the needle in the little nozzle, and then hopefully that will do it. Just have this one side to go. Come on, baby. There you go. And then I'll come out and look at chat. I am happy with that. I am happy with it. And even though I don't have those yellow tones like what I see on my phone, I do have some different tone. I have some darks and lights. I think some of it's still wet, but we'll see how much dark stays and doesn't. I'm happy with it. Would you like to get this as a postcard? These are going for swap though, so. And I'm just going to leave it on this paper and pick up the paper and get the towels out of my lap and see where I can put this to dry. Hold on. Got the cord under my feet here, and what's this? Oh, those are those quilter squares. Let me stand up and move this. Lacy. We might try to dry this lace while I'm at it, but let me change spots here. Put it over here and let it dry. There's one. I'll make sure that I send off to my swap partners first and to Beth. All right, let's get my heat gun out and dry that lace. I'll throw that towel away. My towel's on the heat gun. Let me do this, so I don't want to spill. I don't want to spill. I'll put my paint away here. Okay. That's just the end of it. I'll show you the page I'm working on. The page I'm working on has a lot of neutral tones. So I didn't want this bright white lace. tatting. I did tat this. Now Thursday, if you plan on watching me on Thursday, I don't expect a lot of people in on the wee hours of the morning, but some people do. And I will be streaming, like, I think it's from 2 till 9, 3 till 9. I'll have to look at the schedule. But that's in the morning, 3 o'clock. And I usually, you know, I stream at 4:30 in the morning. I used to, so those hours aren't too bad for me. But what I thought I would do, if you have a needle and a thread, preferably embroidery thread or crochet thread, and even if you don't have a tatting needle, I'm going to show you how to do a very, very basic stitch. And that's probably about all the tatting I'll do, because most of you don't tat. I like to tat. And I'm not even a pro at it. You should see some of the work that's done. It blows my mind. It just blows my mind what I see out there. People that have tatted almost all their life, and even people that have tatted for 4 or 5 years, are doing beautiful, beautiful things. I'm still doing trims, but you can do a lot with a trim. Like, you could do a circle, you know, which is what I'm going to, well, how this is going to go on my page. Say this is my journal page. The way I'm going to put it on there is, let's see, I think I want the little lacy things to the top, but there's art, fabric, you know, it's a fabric art journal, so there's other pieces to this page. But for the tatting, I'm just going to loop it. I'm just going to make a gentle circle here and bring it. My page is not this wide. And move my phone out of the way. I have to find out where my circle is here. My page is probably about this wide here. Let's just fold it. Probably about like this. So it fits better on my page than, maybe not quite that narrow, but almost. And I'm just going to tack it down. Get that string out of the way. Something like this on my page. And then there'll be other things going on in here. Let me run in and get what I've been working on. Not my page, but I want to show you something else. It's just sitting on by my recliner. Let me run and get it. K3N does what she calls meditation scrolls, which is, you know, little scraps of fabric, whatever you have in your leftovers, bits and bops. Now, I'm done with this. I'm going to take this in after my stream here. And that's for another project. But this is what I've been working on today. I've had this, been working on it off and on. And I took the edge of a dresser scarf. I like to get these from Pearl's Finds. She sells a lot of fabric. She sells a lot of linens. And I like to get things that are not too pristine. You know, I don't mind the stains or holes or anything. This was a dresser scarf that had an insertion. I don't think this is, well, it might be. The drawn thread border here might be hand done. I don't know. It might just be an insertion. It looks like it's drawn thread though. It does. I don't see it being, you know, a trim that's attached. But what I've done, I've already basted all this side all together, all done, and I'll be embellishing it. See, it's a row. And she has sewed in the past these little wooden spools, that will hold this. It'll be rolled up on a spool, a little wooden spool. It's really cute little spools that I don't know if she has them anymore or not. Let me get that out of the way. But this afternoon, today, see, this is how it looks on this side. This is the front. Well, this is the first side. There's really no front or back to these, because if you work on both sides, one side is as fun to do as the other. But this is the first side that I did. And I'll just kind of pull it down. I pinned all these little pieces of fabric, scrap fabrics. I got all this scrap fabric, just leftover pieces. And rather than throw them away, you just pin them together on a piece of fabric. Like I used this dresser scarf. And you just pin them all down, and then you just baste them down. I learned from K3N how you do that hidden basting stitch. So you really don't see the basting here on these pieces. You see the drawn thread there. But this is a quite long piece. This is at least a yard. Might be a yard and a half. But today I was working on the back of it. And I don't know if you can you see this? I did a chain stitch and a stem stitch. And then I just did 2 running stitches here. And then this is a label off of a piece that a shirt or something, or a jacket, I don't know what it was, but it's so interesting because it was like, it had all the washing instructions. And when you turn it, and most of the time those are printed on with like ink, but this one was sewn on. This is actually thread. And this is the back side of it. And so they're just like little vertical lines in there. But you can, if you read backwards, I can see made in the USA in there. And then these are all the washing instructions here. And it just carries on the other side. This was a fairly nice label. I don't throw them away. K3N doesn't savor labels. And on the ones that are printed on, you don't have this stitching on the back. But it would be just like a little black square of fabric, which I could turn out inside out and still use the strip of fabric. This is from, I can't remember her name. She's the Indian lady that Pearl helped sell. And I got this was a wider piece, but it had this trim on the edge of it. And I used this part of it. Well, this wasn't a part of this. I used the part that was over here. But this was just a scrap piece that I saved, and it just fits on there. This is the leftover of what I did on my Sisha. I haven't shown you my Sisha page yet, because I did 2/3 of that Sisha stitching page is seed stitch, and it took me forever to do. But on the Sisha Indian from India, on the Sisha stitching, many times they have these little round rings with a mirror in them. And this is the back side. The other side, I don't know if this one had a mirror on it or not. No, this is covered with fat. Let's see this. Let me look here. No, this has a little acrylic piece in here. It's just a little reflective piece. But most of the time they're like little reflective metals or glass mirrors on there. But I like that ring with the leaves on it. And it was just a scrap I had from what I used the other piece for. And here's a golden leaf on that. That came off of this same piece. And these are just scraps these are pinned down. But what I wanted to get down to was I tatted those wreaths last year that I put in my Christmas cards that I sent out. And I have an extra one here, and it had a red ribbon in there, but I tore out the red ribbon because it was covering up my little gingerbread boy. And so I'll probably put tatting on here yet. My little trials and errors on here. But this is how much I worked on today. But look, I've got, well, let's just fold it up here. 1, 2, about 3. About 3 more of this width to do. So I like to work on this while my brother listens to Wheel of Fortune or Price is Right, that type of stuff, the noise. I sit there and work on something like this. So there we go. Let me come out and look at chat because I've been off in my own world here, just yakking away. What am I stepping on? Hold on. I'm very uncomfortable here. I'm stepping on that bubble wrap that's covering those quilt squares. Quilt plates. What is that? At least it's not wet paint. Some thread. And a Kleenex. Let me throw this stuff away. And let me unplug my heat gun for now. Very close quarters in this room. I'm more comfortable if I take some of this stuff out, which I need to do. But I haven't got in here this week. And my chair is still catching this cord. Get the extension cord out of the way. All right, I'm ready to look at chat. Sorry about that. You should have let Penelope keep you company. And Derwin. All right, let's look at chat. I've got to find you guys again. Where are you? There you are. 8 o'clock. Come on. There you are. I've got 29 of you in here. Oh my goodness, there's Beth. Beth is going to be streaming in the wee hours of the morning. Are you streaming in from 12 till 2, Beth? Let me go to all messages here. Well, before I do that, let's go look at the schedule again. Let's go to my community tab here. Go to my channel. Go to my community tab. This is the Streamathon. And I put the post out there. Now, I used the most recent spreadsheet that I got from Miriam yesterday. So, but just a caveat out there that there might be changes in here. But at 12:30 tonight for the Streamathon, the midsummer hashtag midsummer marathon Streamathon is the hashtag. It's MMW Miriam at Art Curious. She's going to kick it off, opening it at 12:30 a.m. All the times are Eastern time, so that'll be 11:30 for me. And she'll have an opening video, and I think this links right to her video. A lot of these I just put in the channel link if I wasn't sure what I was doing. I thought it would be safer to go to the channel, but as I watch these, or if I don't, like if I fall asleep during, let's just say I fall asleep during Vanessa's stream. Poor Vanessa, but that's 3 o'clock. I'll come back in the morning and catch the link. And I have a playlist linked in here. This is my own playlist on my channel. It's not an official one. So I'll just build it as it the only one in there right now is the link to Miriam's. But when Beth Schuler, I'll be watching at least a part of Beth. I don't know if I can last until that long. But was Vanessa in the afternoon? Let me go back. So, but if you go to my playlist, hopefully, you might have to sort it. I think you can sort it by the newest playlist. And it is, let me go back to the playlist. It is called hashtag Midsummer Streamathon 2024 Art and Craft Summer Extravaganza. It's a long title for a playlist. But I'm going to put all of the official videos in this playlist. The reason I'm showing you that is on my community tab. A lot of what I have on my community tab are just channel links. So at least you can find your way to the time and the channel, and they should be live at the time that it shows on here. But Beth is from 12 to 2, and then Jasper's from 2 to 3. Vanessa is from 3 to 8. She stepped up the plate. That was an open time, so give her kudos for volunteering to take those times. Peg McIntyre, I do not know Peg, Two Old Crows. Then there's a coffee break from 8:30 to 9. You'll be taking your own coffee breaks anyway, but there's a break of time there. And then Lisa Mingus, making it with Minglet. And then another coffee break. And then in the afternoon, it starts with Becca and then Beth Schuler again. This is all tomorrow. Diane and Miriam. Diana is Serenity Art Studio. She's the gal who's legally blind. And Miriam is, of course, MMW. And then from 3:30 to 4:30 is Shannon, Art Junkie. And then 4:30 to 6 is Sharon. She's another person that's new to me. And then Kim Polton winds it up at 10, ending at 10 tomorrow. And then on Tuesday, every day, I'll put up another post like this one. But tomorrow's will have everybody that's streaming tomorrow. So if you get lost trying to figure out where to go next or what channel, you might come over to my community tab and at least you can get the channel links. I checked them all, so hopefully they're all right. If you find an error, feel free to let me know because I make mistakes. All right, let me go back out to chat here. And, 25 of you in here now. 4 of you left. All right, all messages. Beth Schuler says, I'm going to paint the seal. Oh, you're going to paint that little seal that's on the, you know, that little seal would be fun to do like this on a postcard, wouldn't it, Beth? Get out my fine liner and do the little seal. Is that the one you're going to do, that little seal? That's what she said she was going to do tonight. I might join in on you. Hi, Kitty Jen. She says, yes, she's going to paint that little seal. I might join in on you with that. Do a little postcard. Jen says, I have this hot, cold compressed thing. I used the cold side earlier, and now I warmed it up using the hot side. He is cute, isn't he, Beth? Angie says, Beth, I will be asleep because I have to watch that kid till the kids get out of school, and then I have to put things in the car to sell. Well, Angie, Beth is going to be on several times, aren't you? I don't have the schedule right here, but I think Beth is on several mornings this week. She's really stepping up to the plate with those wee hour mornings, Beth. Thank you for doing that. The wee hour mornings are the hardest ones to fill. Beth said, I would do a warm shower and some Tylenol. Let's see, Jen says, Jen must be in some pain. She says, odd thing is, let's go up again. I want to find out what's going on with Jen. Neck pain? She says, I got a headache from not eating much yesterday because I was throwing up in. And Jen, But that went away when I was able to eat today. I ate 3 bites of one toast, small bites, and a half a can of applesauce. Oh, Jen. There's Sharon Lombard. Hi, Sharon Lombard, if you're still out there. I'm just scrolling in here. Meri, your postcards are super special. Thank you, Beth. You'll get one of them. Because you host, I like to send off to the host as a thank you gift. My art isn't the best in the world, but it's my art, so I like to share it when I'm in the swaps. I like to share with the host. Hi, well, Jen Fiddly Bits was in here. If you're still out there, Jen Fiddly Bits, welcome in. The chemical that makes you sore is called interferon. It's what your body produces as a byproduct of your immune system working it. It should pass if you can take a warm shower. She's giving advice to the other Jen. We've got 2 Jens in here tonight. Beth Schuler popped in. She says extra texture. Meri, go for the gold. Yeah. Oh, you know what I could try? Let me try it on this one. I could try some of that screen printing ink. It is water soluble, but if I spread it real light, it's more of a paste. Let me get that out. Hold on. I would like some of that yellowy color on there. Is this the gold? Yeah. This is Derwent screen printing ink, and it is water soluble, but if I just take a little on my finger and just and it's so hard on the black. Let's try it. I'll send this one to myself if it doesn't work. Oops, that paint is still I'll just try a spot. A dry spot in here. Oh, I think the gold would work. I think this will work. I'll come back to that. It's not completely dry. I'll come back. I put that extra layer of white on there. But see, I put gold in, and I put my hand on the edge of it here. Let me put this back. I think the screen printing ink will work good on this. Thank you for saying go for the gold, because that reminded me, Beth, that reminded me to use this. So I think that'll work on here, but the paint is wet yet, so I'm going to, we'll play with it after they dry. All right, what else is going on here? Let me go up to Beth Schuler. Do you know the channel? Is she in here? Penny Punch is here. Hi, Penny. And Erica, welcome in, ladies. Is Beth still here? I think she is. Beth, do you know the channel to Crafting on a Budget? Crafting on a Budget. I put in crafting. I had her link at one time because she used to be in some of my live stream hops, but I cannot find her channel, the link to her channel, and it wasn't on that spreadsheet. Let me go back one here, because I have Crafting on a Budget here, but it doesn't bring her up. It's May, and I don't have her channel link in there, and I can't find it here. I get Crafting on a Budget there, but that's not her. That's just the title of the short stream. She is new to you. Okay. But see, I don't see her in here when she must have another name on her channel. But I couldn't find any references to my old, she used to stream, and I could probably go back and look at some old She's not until tomorrow anyway. I mean, Tuesday anyway. I thought I would shoot a message to. We have Miriam started a Facebook group for issues like this. So once I get her channel link, that's the only thing I have to do on Tuesday, I think. I checked all the links and everything for Tuesday's post. But if you get lost, come on in to my channel and go to my community tab. It should be the first post. It has all the links to all the channels except for Crafting on a Budget for Tuesday. Mondays, I think, is complete. So Penny Pudge and Erica, welcome in. Glad to have you join us. I've been working on what I'm calling lace postcards for Beth Schuler has a postcard swap. And I drew this. Let me grab it one more time here if I don't drop it. And I want to get some yellow tones on there. I want to get some yellow tones, so I think I'm going to use this gold. It's still not quite dry. And I'll put some yellow in here. But all that brown that you see in there is walnut ink. And what I did is I had to clean my applicator a couple times. But I just used, this is a fine line paint applicator, so called a fine line. I get mine at Hobby Lobby in the model car section. And I need to get some new ones. But I've just put paint. We did it at the beginning of the stream, this apple barrel white paint. I do not dilute it, because if you dilute it, it becomes very thin. And what I like about doing this is the texture. And after this dries, like I did these animals last week, this is very textured here. It's very, very textured. You can feel as you rub across. Now, a couple years ago, the way I did this technique is I drew a face I did a portrait of Madame Curie. And then I wrote a quote all around her head. And then after all that, I did the quote with my fine line paint applicator. And after that dried, I took a wash and went around all of the quote writing. But not, I should get out some of those pages that I did. And it works really well because this acrylic paint that you put on here acts as a resist. Now, it works better on white paper, watercolor paper, because if I tried to put a paint resist on here, unless I painted the entire background here and then just brought some wash over the elephant, but all of this will resist like the watercolor, and the walnut ink kind of soaked in to my white area, so I went back over it with my fine liner. Those of you that were in here saw me do that. All right, let me go back into chat here. And all messages. Cancel that. I don't like how they did this chat thing. It's very too many steps. I keep hitting the wrong thing. Chat filter. All messages. Oh, there's Fiddly Bits. She says, haha, Beth. And I both found her, but I only saw shorts. Oh, wait, here. Beth gave the link here. Crafting on a Budget. Let me grab this channel. I lost it. I lost it. Let me go back here. Well, I guess I'm going to have to go back to chat because, oh, there it is. Okay, now. Share. Copy link. And I'm just going to do this right now. I'm going to update it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to update tomorrow's notepad. It's not out on the community tab yet. I have to go to a different folder and down a little. Tuesday, Midsummer. I think she's toward the end here. Kim, Beth, Vanessa, May. Vanessa, I think Vanessa's going to stream with her. Let me put this in here and then I'll check it. Let me check that link. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Beth. Oh, I appreciate that. As I go through these, there's several people. Now, I know May. I call her Crafting on a Budget, but I know her because she used to do some streamathons with me. She started out doing them, and then I think she moved at one point, and she couldn't do anything because she was busy moving. But when I first did those streamathon, or video hops, not streamathons, well, it was kind of a streamathon. It was a video live stream hop way a couple years ago. I might do one of those again sometime, a live stream hop. And I did them like on Saturdays or even Fridays. I do it on a day where there's not much, well, there's activity on every day now. Let me come back into chat and go to live messages. All messages, there we go. Angie says, I've never seen someone push so many things on a phone to get something. Isn't that true? How you have to, but you know, my phone, I use it as an art tool. I create all my videos. I'm live streaming on this phone up that's connected up above here. This is my notepad. This has an S Pen, but I do art on here. I take notes. It's on my notepad here. Now see, these are all my folders here. Let's go to, these are all my folders. I keep all my links that I want to get back. Kidney research. When I was trying to eat right, I got addresses, and these daily doodles is an old folder. Crochet, things that are inspiring me. Here's a tatting folder. Sewing, Christmas ideas, slow stitch, drawing, doodles. This is the one that I'm doing this year, doodles. Go back one more. Whoops. Faith, miscellaneous is where I put things I don't know where to put anyplace else. References to old photos. I like to go in and pick I usually see old photos on Facebook, but sometimes they'll show an old photo of somebody like, whoops, I hit the wrong button. Here. This lady, Beulah Louise. I like to go out to Wiki and read about them. Here she is. Oh, I think she was the one who wrote all those children's books. No, she's an American inventor. September 28th, 1887 to February 1st of 1973 was an American inventor whose extensive contributions to consumer products and manufacturing. But see, I probably saw a picture similar to this one out on Facebook, and it got me interested because I could draw that picture. And I like to come out here and draw from these old photos. So I keep links to people like that. Edith Wharton, Roseanne Elise Franklin, Catherine Wright, Madeline Astor, Annie Oakley. So on and on and on. They're all ladies. I need some men in there. The ones I see on Facebook. Let's see. Let's go back to my folders here. Oh, and then Clothtail. I keep a lot of references to Clothtail. What I'm doing now is I have a tracker where I'm going in, this one. I just started that one. I have another one where I keep the notes. June 24th, where is? Like, week 32, Judy Martin inspired. I think that was last week. And I keep the comment. I don't have the link to the video. I should put it in. But what I want to do with this is everything that inspired me on that video. And then I write what the week was and what the theme was on here. And then the K3N usually puts a quote. To know, to not to know, but to go on was a quote that she had. So what I want to do with all of these in here is have a tracker. I've only got week 1 done. Week 1 is a community, and then week 2 I'm going to put what she worked on. Like she's done a lot of techniques like Kwande and sushi. It's not sushi. Shisha and sushi. What is it? Sushi stitch, where you just do the running stitches. And look, I got paint on my. Oh, I guess that's a reflection off of my phone there. So yeah, I use this phone for several things, and of course research and Facebook, and what else do I have in here? My Verizon account, my printer. Up here is everything like Facebook and the groups that I'm in on Facebook groups. This is the Amazon. There's the Netscape. All my links to my Drive and my mail, Google Meet, Photos, Play Store. I don't use Google TV. That just came on it. And then in this link over here, whoops, right here I have the calculator, the calendar, the clock, links to my Drive, all the files on my Drive. This is my notepad that I just showed you. My sketchbook. This is my video and photo editor and a voice recorder. So that's how I organize my phone. So I push a lot of buttons, Angie. Let's go back down to the bottom. Beth says, tonight I'm doing a collage on a zine and then this seal. Oh, you're doing a zine. You're doing a collage on a zine. Sashiko, that's what it is. It's your Japanese running stitch. Yes. Penny, it's good to see you. Yeah, Beth will be going live at 12 Eastern. So just in a couple hours. I might have to take a little cat nap between the time I sign off and 11 o'clock. I sign off at 10. I might have to take a little half an hour nap. Yeah, like that's going to happen. All right, so it's 8:30. Do you think I can do another postcard? I showed you my Woodlandia, where I am on that. I showed you some of my stitching. Yeah. Let's put this away, let it finish drying tonight, and then tomorrow I'll get in here and put the gold on this stuff. I think that gold, Beth said go for the gold, and it reminded me I had this. This will work perfect on those postcards. Let me get another wax paper here. If I can find what I did with it. It's on one side of me, pretty sure it is. Keep this desk as clean as possible. Now, hopefully if my fine liner works, this will go a little faster because I know what I'm doing. Ha! She knows what she's doing. I might keep that photo out for reference. Let's go to my gallery. Let's get rid of my chat. Let's go to my photo gallery. Let's go to this. Let's go to this one. It's what I was using. And we'll just put it... I kind of know what I'm doing, but And let's get a postcard out. And hopefully I can get these done in the next couple days, Beth. And I'll send some happy mail in the, and I'll probably send one of my little cards that I've been making from the magazine images. All right, so we're going to start down in here with the kind of the wreathy thing. Let me zoom in. Whoops. I'm starting right down in there. And I'm just doing kind of like a little circle. And I got the fan blowing on my back, but it's also blowing my papers around here. So kind of like a little circle in the center, and we'll put some leaves in there. I'll put a leaf going up here. And you can kind of see the texture as I work on this. I'm going to do this side first this time. And I'm not trying to do exactly what they've done there, because it would take a lot more study and everything. I'm just trying to get inspired by it. And it's got a kind of a vine coming through. And then it's got these little circles that if I make them wider, they won't run into each other. And put some leaves in there. And then when this dries, because I'm using just pure craft paint through this fine liner, it dries very textured. And then we put that wash over it. I do think probably the watercolor, or a watercolor, maybe even an ink tints wash would work best. I noticed my walnut ink kind of soaks into the acrylic paint, that I like the dark brown color. All right, let's put some circles in here. And this is going to be a lacy effect here. Good night, Angie. Jen Fiddlybit says, I'm working on the off-book journal from our workshop this weekend. Off-book journal? What is that? Oh, Happy Paper People? Is that who you're following for that? The Happy Paper People? You know, I need to watch more. I just don't have the time to watch everybody I want to watch. I need to get out. Pretty soon all the leaves are going to be falling off of the trees, and there'll be leaves to rake up, and I want to put the landscape fabric on our garden. I don't think I'm going to get my poop that I wanted for the garden. I think his mom committed him to something he didn't want to do. He hasn't shown up. So I'm going to go ahead and put the landscape. I have some chicken soup for the soil. It's supposed to be like a really good fertilizer. And I might see if I can get a sprayer. And I think you're supposed to spray it on the ground. I'm not going to have to read the directions again. Okay, now I think I had a piece that just kind of, I'm doing this up in here. And I'm just going to bring it down, swirl it down this way, bring it down, let it meet in there. And then it's representing kind of like a vine work, so it doesn't have to be just so it looks like leaves and trees. And when I put all those dots in there, it really gets lacy. Let's see. just, and I'm not really looking at this to, I'm not trying to draw that exactly. I'm just getting inspired by the leafy branches in there. So to kind of have a lace-like look. I'm glad I got this to flowing again. I hope that it doesn't give me any more trouble. Can you guys see that? I can see it pretty good on my tablet. Let's see, let's bring this around and down like that. Put some leaves coming down. I'm kind of looking at this area. Need some leaves in there. The leaves and the dots are what really make it look lacy. I'll put a leaf in there, maybe some more kind of in here. All right, let me go ahead and do this top border up here. Now I'm not touching the paper. I'm just letting my paint stream out of the nozzle like you would if you were frosting a cake or something. Because I find when I put my nozzle down into that wet paint, it can clog up my nozzle. So I'm just kind of letting it stream on there. Now I'm going to go in and let's put a leaf in here, something in there. And then, well, I keep seeing bare spots. So once you put in all these little dots, and after this dries, and I put that coat of walnut ink on here, I'll hit it again with the fine liner to bring out the highlights. I think that worked well, and we'll put some of that gold screen print on it. Ink. Dairy Van. It's made in Australia. And it's pretty expensive because it comes from overseas, so we pay a little penny for it. I didn't pay anything for it because it was gifted to me by a lady called Annie V. I hope she's well. I haven't heard from her in a long time. And she was downsizing her studio, and she sent me several boxes of things. Just blew my mind. And I'm still using. You can't use it all up at once. Alright, I put dots up in here, but I don't think I'm going to on this one because those are kind of close together. So now I'm just going to do the edge here. It's like a frosting a cake. Put a dot there. Every place I see a dot, I'll come back in and and then I'll give this a dry, and then I'll hold it up closer so you guys can see it better. I might need to put some more paint in here. All right. Let's give this a dry. This really is kind of fun to do. But let me put I think if I put that pin in there right away, that helps it too. Okay, this may go faster than I think. I did not sleep very good last night. I unplugged my heat gun. I did not sleep very good last night, so I'm kind of tired tonight. But I want to watch Miriam, and I want to watch Beth. Beth, I don't know if I'll make it through your whole stream, because I did not sleep. I'm running over my extension cord again. Oh. Hold on. You know, there's some of these boxes I have here, and I don't use them all the time. Just like the other day, we got out those stamps when we were, that was a couple weeks ago. I think it was in a Friday night stream where we took a magazine page and put over a stamp, and then we rubbed sandpaper on it, or nail file over it, and it brought out the impression of the stamp. And so I was sitting here, stamps, and of course they were the bottom box, but a lot of boxes sit here and I don't use them. Let me kind of push this down a little. But so I could move them out of my way, and I'd have be more comfortable in here. My desk is pretty small anyway. I just needed the entire house. My poor brother, he's pretty good about letting me do what I want in here. But I'm overflowing. $8. 4x6. Going off book like me, Jen says. Kitty Jen said, well, my drawing didn't come out like yours. It got lost, and I think it became a different design. Well, that's okay. You do you, Kitty Jen. You do you. Because one thing that Catherine Cloth-Tails, K3N Cloth-Tails, she's the slow stitch channel that I'm watching. But she talked about in stitching, she calls it a stitch hand. And it's kind of like your personal approach to whatever your project, whether you're quilting or doing slow stitch or what. Of course, in needlework, she calls it a stitch hand. But she says that's as personal to you, and it really is what makes your art unique. It differentiates your art hand is what identifies you. And that's what, you know, if we all did the same thing, it would be boring. Just like if we all looked alike and sounded alike and thought alike, it'd be a boring world. There would only be one answer for everything, one painting, and it would just be, everybody would be doing the same thing. So, Kitty Jen, you do you. And that's what makes your art yours, your personal style. And if you don't think you're good enough, just keep practicing, because there is really no perfect out there. Well, there's highly photogenic art. I mean, there are some really good artists out there who can make a drawing look like a photograph. And, you know, I admire that, but then on the other hand, I'll just go snap a photograph. You know, I imagine even their art, where it's highly photogenic like that, I'll bet you that there is a stitch hand to those pieces too, where they know they can identify things in their art that makes it theirs. So I just don't think any, but on the other hand, I do believe in self-critiquing your art. I do believe, like, when you get done with a piece, like when I get done with a drawing and I say, oh, I make those eyes too big all the times, or I need to work on the nose, that is not running yourself down. That's identifying areas where you need to work on it the next time you do it. So, but on the other hand, your art style is very unique to you. That's my lecture for that. And don't give up on it just because it doesn't look like my art is a far cry from what Dee Dee does. I so admire what Dee Dee does. But, and she inspires me all the time. I couldn't even attempt to do what she does. What I do attempt. I like the Society of Idea Collector. I like the mind mapping and the lists and the stories and all of that. But I cannot do a galaxy like Dee Dee Willingham does. Her reverse collage and her collages, and her art is just outstanding. Even her portraitures, her animal portraits. All right, I think it's dry enough now. Well, did I touch that, or was that from... No, I see some wet spots. I might have to hit it again. Where'd I put my heat gun? I have to hit this again. It's not... I turned this off a couple of times. If I get the top layer of this down, the paint underneath here where it's so thick, that's still wet on the underneath. It'll have to sit and dry, and as it dries, some of that texture will deflate, but it's still evident that it's there. And but it'll have to sit overnight to completely dry off. I'll hold it up here in a minute. I want to hit it with the heat gun again here. But I'm just getting the top layer enough that I can go over over it with ink. Let me take a drink of water. Beth, do you keep a glass of water at your desk? Those people who stream for couple hours, 2 or 3 hours. Hi, Sylvia. Good to see you, Sylvia. She says, please. I was working on the color emerald for the letter E. I used watercolor pencil and pastels. I used watercolor pencils, oil pastels, pan pastels, and distress oxides. Just playing. Ah. Karen Campbell uses her hair dryer. Says a hair dryer dries without too much heat, which can make bubbles. Well, this is not making bubbles. It's textured because the paint is thick. I think I could. But yeah, too much heat can bubble your paint. That's true. Sylvia says she loves mind mapping. I do too, Sylvia. Beth says she keeps coffee and pop at her desk. You know, I have been drinking so much coffee lately. I made myself, the last couple days, I made myself just stick to 1 cup. And I'll sip on it all day. But I get thirsty for something. And I use those K-cups, which are quite expensive. And so I had the little dispenser thing, but what I did this evening, it's out by my recliner, but I took I have a Twinings pomegranate tea, And I just took the tea bag and kind of just set it in my K-cup, my filter, and let that water filter through my tea bag, and it got most of it, but then after I took the, after it was all done, I took the tea bag out of the little coffee filter, and it was still in the bag, and you could still dunk it in your tea. I used to drink tea in here all the time, but I got criticized for leaving my tea bag in the cup all the time. Said it wasn't good for me, but I haven't been poisoned yet that I know of. All right, that's beside the point. I quit drinking tea and I'm just drinking water, which is just as good anyway. Okay, so now what I want to do is get my towel and the brush. Is this the wide one? Is this the one? Yeah, I think this was the one I was using. Still got some walnut ink in it. And all I'm going to do is take, this is walnut ink. We have a black walnut tree on our curbside. I made this ink a couple years ago, and if you put alcohol, I would say maybe not a 1/4 cup. That's too much. Under a 1/4 cup. It depends on how big your jar is. But I put a little alcohol in here, and for 2 years old, this is pretty clear ink. And all of this is boiled walnut shells. I did not, well, let's put it this way. I put the whole walnut in there. The black walnuts, they're green when they fall off the tree. And if they sit out there, those green shells, they're kind of soft. They'll turn black. And I just throw the entire walnut in I've got a dye pot that I use. And just add water and let it cook for a couple hours. And then I turn it off and overnight, and then I heat it up again the next day. But then I put alcohol in it. Now, see how that paint is resisting? It resists the ink. I lost my train of thought. I was going to tell you more about this walnut ink. I lost track of what I was going to say next. But I do think that walnut ink tends to kind of soak into my paint. And if I put a little water on, while this is still wet, put a little water on this is just water, on my towel, I can kind of get some of that off. See, that leaf got a little brighter. But after this is all dry and everything, I'm going to really darken it. After it's all dry, I'll go back over this again with my fine liner, and it really makes it pop. But I just love how that paint resists, and it just pops out. Look at how it's popping out there. And on places where it doesn't pop out, if I just take my towel and kind of dab on it. And this is the coolest technique. It's a little fussy. I mean, this isn't like a marker thing. It's several steps to it, but it's still fun to do. And my back is the back of the card is getting inky, but I'll ink the back of the card anyway. Isn't that cool? How it does that. Now, walnut ink dries lighter, just like any watercolor would dry lighter. I'm going to hit it with the heat gun again, and then we're going to turn it over and do the back. Of course. All right, and my heat gun. Allie Kay says hello again. She's back from supper. Welcome back. It is fun. It's fun to do. Now, you could use, like I said, watercolor. I think ink tints would look nice. Ink tints would be more permanent again. But if you make a wash out of it, if you work fast, it will resist, the acrylic paint will resist it, and then the bottom, the inside part will become permanent. Watercolor is not permanent. And I don't think I would use an acrylic wash on it unless you go back over the leaves again, like what we're going to do. An acrylic wash would just paint your leaves, I believe, because acrylic on acrylic. Acrylic would not repel the acrylic the same way unless you made a really thin, fine wash. And I'm going to put another layer on this, just to darken it a little bit more. The more layers you put on, the darker it will get. But see how this, let me just set this. See how this is faded in there? I'm going to hit that with a little water and see if I can't lift some of that. Make it a little brighter white. See? Look at what it did. It brightened it. Ha ha! You brightened it and then you went right back over it again. But if I dab on it, well, it's still wet. And then after this is all dry, I'm going to hit it with some of that gold screen printing ink to kind of bring out the yellow tones. All right, let's hit it one more time with the heat gun. And then I'll flip it over and do the back. Gosh, it's what? 9 o'clock, a little after 9. I might have time to do another one. That'd make 3. I'll probably sit here and finish these up during the Streamathon. Sit here and listen to videos. I'm getting hungry. You guys, I was so surprised. I like my Fritos, and my brother, unbeknownst to me, I didn't even know he left. He went to the store this afternoon, and he came back and tossed a bag of Fritos at me. He said, "Happy birthday." It's not my birthday, but he just had to have some reason. He said he went to get him some. He likes Cheetos. He likes Fritos too. But he said he was hungry for Cheetos, so he went to the store to get him some Cheetos. And he saw the Fritos and said, "Well, I'll get them for Meri." And that was awfully nice of him. So I'm just going to kind of paint the back like this mess was supposed to happen on the back here. This is watercolor paper, so it can take this wet. And for the addressing, I'll use address labels. And then for the message, I'll probably have to glue on a piece of paper. And I'm going to send these, Beth, in the mail. I don't know if you heard me say. I'm going to send them. I'm going to mail them like postcards. But then I'll send them Happy Mail separately in an envelope. And the paper curls just like the tags do, but they'll straighten out again. Hit it with the heat gun again over here. Now I think I can put the white paint on right away because I think it's dry enough. Let's bring out some of these areas. Well, probably all of them with white paint again. Give it another extra layer. It's upside down. It just adds a lot of texture to the postcard. Whoops. I don't want it to, that one might run into each other. It looks like it's getting pretty thick there. And this is my oval piece here. And it's got a branch on the inside of it. It's kind of like a big old leaf. But I think it's more of a branch. It's supposed to be more of a branch. And then let's see, this one comes down. I lost it here. Down like this, I think. Something like that. And what I don't get white here, there'll be little spots peeking through in the background. Now I need to clean this nozzle. And I'm not even doing exactly the same thing as I did before. It's just kind of doing my thing here. There's some more in here. Let's see. It's got some round loopies here. Actually, it goes, it's kind of trim, kind of goes all the way around here. Put a leaf in there. Let's see, I think I came down this way. And you might wonder why I'm doing it all over again, but the background texture just adds dimension to it. Now I'm going to go in and put in these dots, and that kind of gives it a lacy effect. In the piece, the inspiration piece, where I have dots in here are really filling stitches. A lacy filling stitch. Kind of look like little ovals or octagons or hexagons. Honeycomb style. Boy, I am getting hungry. I baked some bread this morning. I couldn't sleep. I got up about, oh, it must have been about 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the morning, and I felt like a baker. I said, I'm going to bake a loaf of bread. So I got out the mixer and the flour, and it really turned out nice. I usually do not put an egg in my bread, but I just put in 1 egg and a little oil, not much oil, a couple cups full, and then water for the yeast. And it baked up real nice. It made a nice loaf of bread. And it was all done and cooked and baked and risen twice. And I was all done by 6:30. And I made me a piece of toast for breakfast. And then later in the day I had what did I have? What kind of a sandwich did I have? I think I had another piece of toast. I just had hot bread and butter for breakfast. The bread was still hot I let it cool, but the loaf was still warm. It melted. I just had a bread and butter. And then later on the day around lunchtime, I made a piece of toast. And I haven't had much to eat today. Other than that, and the Fritos. All right, I think I can go in and do the edging here now. We'll do this top part up here. And I gotta see where I'm going here. And I'm not touching the paper, I'm just letting the paint fall through the stream out of the applicator here. And I think I'm going to make my spaces a little wider this time so I can put a dot in between them. Just a tiny dot if I can. Kind of give it a lacy effect. Now I need to do the sides, and then we'll let this one dry. I'll hold it up. Well, I'll hit it with the heat gun, and then I'll hold it up so you can see it. Well, you can see it pretty good just sitting, I think, but I might not hold it up because I think you can see it pretty good. These are fun to do. It takes some time. It takes some time. Whoops, put my hand in it. I'll just scoot it up a little. Do this side here. And then we will call it done. Oh, there's a fly. I'm going to fight the flies this year, I think. Okay. So I think I'm going to call this one done. I'm going to kind of try to scoot it off to the side here and fold my paper in half. So it'll have a cleaner side, but its paint is wet. And I'll just fold this in half so all the messy part will be on the inside. Well, you did a good job of that, Mary. It doesn't look clean, but it's clean. Well, that's not clean there. I can get it back on the... Okay. Let me find a place to put this, and I'll come back and look at chat. Where? No, we got a spot over here. Move my cord out of the way of my chair. It likes to get right in the center of the floor. Alrighty. Let me wash my hands again, or at least clean them a little. I use this, I got another jar of this sanitizer. It's really lasting well. I refilled this one twice, I think, but from 2020, of course I was using sanitizer before that, hand sanitizer, but 2020 was when it really came into vogue. And this hand sanitizer that I'm using now has a little soap in it. I can feel it, a little bit of oily soap in it. All right, I'm going to do the dangerous thing and put some more paint in here. It might not hurt to, because I loosened that lid. And when I did that, some of that paint oozed out. It's not perfect, but it's better. All right, throw that away. And I just use this, what did I do with it? White craft paint. And no matter how fresh you think your paint is, it's still got a shelf life from the store, so there'll probably be some goobers in it. But this is pretty fresh. My older paint, you don't want to use older paint in these applicators. What did I do here? Hold on. Put my finger in if I don't wipe it off. So I just squeeze it in there. I can still got room to grow there. A little bit more. I saw it fall down the side here. Where did it? That's pretty good. Oh, didn't want to do that. Now I got it messy again. Do that when the lid is on it. Kind of shake some of that paint down. Got my hand all inky again. All painty. Not that my fingers are that clean anyway. I try to keep them clean. I wash my hands multiple times a day. Especially when I cook. I can't stand the thought of cooking with dirty hands. Alright. So, let's do another postcard. Let me come out and look at chat first. See what you're talking about. I think I have time to do one more. It is 9:22. So if I do one more, I'll be halfway done. Let's go look at chat. Angie says, I've never seen anybody push so many buttons on the phone. Chat filter. All messages. Did I see Lala in here? Hi, Lala. Hi, Mina. Hi, Katia. Oh, Katia, nothing to apologize for. It's good to see you. Katia is a tatting instructor. Yes. She, when is your extravaganza? Is that going on now? Are you done with that, or is that still coming up? Not your extravaganza, your fair. Katia is going to show some of her tatting, and I think she's going to teach some workshops on tatting. Yeah. Mina's here. Thank you, Lala. Brenda here. Brenda Ashford. Hi, Brenda. Welcome in. Jen Fiddly Bits says, a clean paintbrush with just water dragged over only the white leaves, vines might work without lifting the color from your background. That's a good suggestion. You're saying on that postcard where I spritzed some water on my towel and just dabbed at it. She's saying if I have a clean brush with just water and brush over that. I'll try that, Jen. That's a good idea. Yeah, Allie K. Those Fritos tasted pretty. I ate them very judiciously. I didn't gobble them down, but boy, I'm hungry for them now. Fritos. My brother brought me a package of Fritos home from the store this afternoon. I was so surprised. I was sitting in there doing something. I think I was working on this schedule for the Streamathon. And he came in and said, here's your birthday present. He gave me a package of Fritos. He knows I like them. But they're expensive. Over $4. Almost $4.68, $4.75, something for a package of Fritos. Well, not the little package, but the medium-sized. They've gone up. Oh, what else is going on here? Fiddly Bits, well, I read that. Jen says, your heat gun could be causing the liquid to push up onto the white paint due to the strength of the blower. That's true. That is true. Yeah. But watercolor, I think the ink, the walnut ink, I think tends to absorb into that paint more than watercolor would. Because on the other techniques where I've done this, I used the watercolor. I'm pretty sure I used watercolor mostly. I might have tried some with acrylic paint. You do not want to use, if you use acrylic paint, you want to use a very, very thin wash. You don't want to use acrylic paint on that. Unless you want it to be completely cover your card, all one tone, but acrylic paint would cover the leaves and everything. Mina said that card looks gorgeous. Oh, thank you, Mina. Thank you, Linda. She says it looks pretty. I like the dark puddles too, but they dry. When they dry, that darkness kind of fades away. But when I put that extra layer of paint, and I need to put my needle back in here. Where's my needle? Penelope, did you eat my needle? She says, you lost your needle again, Meri? I can't keep track of you. Here it is. I like to put the needle back into these paint applicators when I'm not using them. Just kind of helps, but it's kind of a hard, there. Not easy to get them in there. And I have the cap here someplace, but it's very hard to get in there. I think this needle and this cap is too short. It's hard to get it in there. All right, let's see what else is going on out there. Yeah, walnut, Jen, the black walnuts, Jen is saying make a great ink. The alcohol will prevent the mold and other growths. Yeah, I use alcohol, and I use the alcohol in my acorn ink too, but acorn ink is a much lighter ink, and when it dries, it's very, very light. I would think the acorn ink would make a nice, if you're going to, in a journal where you're going to do writing and you just want a very light background because you're going to write over those pages, the acorn ink might do good. But the walnut ink does good on that too, but the acorn ink would be very, very light. It's more of a tan, a light toned color. Jen says, today's been the first day I've been able to drink coffee or anything, get any water down. Oh, Jen. Yeah, 1 cup of coffee is plenty. It's plenty. And actually, I use my K-cup. I use it on the 12-cup setting. So I get 12 ounces, which is really a cup and a half. 8 ounces is a cup. So I have a cup of, I call it a cup, but it's really, it's a ceramic mug type thing. It's got a little silicone lid to it. All right, well, let's go down to the bottom. Mina says, I've been mostly lurking. That's okay, Mina. I lurk a lot too. That's all right. Katia says it's 2 weeks before the fair with 3 workshops. I think I'm going to try to go to the state fair this year. I didn't go last year. I think I went 1 year before. But in the paper, today's paper, or it's yesterday's paper, we don't get a Sunday paper. They had a program guide for the fair, and they are doing several artsy type things, and one of the things that they're doing is they call it plein air, where you go and you get whatever you get something from the official to work on, and then you draw or paint or whatever, you sketch wherever you want. You just go out and you can do it any time of the day. It's not a set workshop. I don't know if you turn it in or if you just show it. I'd have to read more about it. But I thought that would be fun to do. I did that the one time I went up to the state fair. It was a couple years ago. And I attracted a lot of attention. I tried to hide in the corner, but it was pretty hard because people would see me drawing, you know, and they'd comment. And I've gotten a little more used to that in real life because I've been, you know, in front of all you guys, but you guys just see my hands. So I thought I might try that. And then there's another thing they have where you pick up a postcard and it's an hello from the state fair and you send it off. You put a stamp on it, you write a message, and they mail it for you. And I mail it to myself. A postcard from the state fair. And then there's the quilting exhibits and all the exhibits and the concessions. And I don't know if I would go to any of the programs, you know, the concerts or anything like that. I don't even know if I'd walk down the Midway. I might if I was going to sketch, though. That might be fun. Brenda said, that reminds me, I need to make Bo a shopping list. Oh. You and Jen, Brenda, you too. Sending you get well wishes. How are you doing, Brenda, as far as health? I think I'm all cut up with you guys. This is where Sylvia says she likes mind mapping. So I have a little time. Let's do one more postcard. And then I'll probably call it quits. And I want to take a little bit of a nap before Miriam comes on. It'll be 11:30 my time. So I'm going to do the same thing. Let's make sure did it fly away on me? I think it did. I had it up here. Where did it fly off to? Is that it? No, I don't know what happened to my black scratch pad. What's this? Can I use that? This is one of those this is one of those where we used the sandpaper. That's a fleur-de-lis stamp. It was a fleur-de-lis stamp. And this was where I was experimenting with it. Didn't do too bad. I'm going to use it as a... because I can't find my other sheet. I probably threw it away. I just want to make sure it's flowing here. And it is. I got the fan going and my extra pieces blow. See if I can't. All right. So again, well, maybe I'll get out the picture just to kind of, whoops. Where'd you go? And I'll put my ink over here while I'm drawing. And what I'm doing, Katia, did you see these that I've been working on? These postcards where I'm drawing lace with my fine liner. I draw lace with the fine liner and I'm just inspired by this piece. And I draw it with the fine liner and then which is just acrylic paint and it dries really thick. And so this is very textured in here. I don't want to mess it up. But then I go over it with a layer of walnut ink. And then when this is all dry, to get some of these gold tones, I'm going to hit it with some of this gold screen print, maybe in spots here. And then the back, oh, I got some paint on it. I'll color that before. I don't want to fix it tonight. I got a leaf on there. I might do a white border around there. Just then this is just watercolor paper, 140 pound. And then I put it on those little dots. In here they have this beautiful filling stitch that I was talking about. Well, I can't draw all those on here because all my wet paint would ooze together. Oh, and it really goes like this. I know which way is up. This is my circle here, and there's a circle. I'll come out a little here. There's a kind of a circle there, and then it's got two kind of like ovals coming out on each side. That's what this is. But this has a really pretty gold tone to it that I don't have on here. I'm really anxious to try this with it. But it's not going to happen till it's dry. Thoroughly dry. So that's what I've been doing, Katia. Well, it's freehand. It's not, you know, I haven't taken time to exactly replicate all of that in there. I'm just getting inspired by it. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going to do one more. So here's my circle here. We'll make it a squiggly circle. And I don't want too much paint on that nozzle. And then see, there's like little leaves coming out there. We'll put a leaf in there, and maybe part of this is thicker than the other part. And look, I don't see that paint is oozing out there. Tighten that cap a little. This cap did not come with this fine liner. I took a cap off of this one. And this paint's probably drying up in there. I might have to end up throwing this away because I can't find another cap to put on there. These will cost you around $5 and something, but I haven't bought them. That was from a couple years ago. I haven't bought any for a couple years, so I don't know if the price has gone up or not. I get them at Hobby Lobby in the model car section. You can get the orange cap is a size not 5. I think it's just a standard size. And then they have a blue cap, which is a fine size. And I don't like the fine size, even with the thinner ink. I like this size. This fits my hand. I control things better with this size. Let's just look. Did I ooze out again there? Is it oozing out, or was that from before? And you just kind of just get inspired. I'm not trying to exactly replicate this. But it does have these little loopy rings here. Whoops. That you would see like when you were tatting. And I've been putting those on the bottom here. And let's just put them across. Put a leaf in there. Yeah. See, if I get too close, my paint flows into, and it filled up that ring. So I need to make my rings fairly wide. It's okay, it looks like a leaf, but... And let's see, there's another kind of an oval shape that comes out over this way. And that's over in here. And it actually has a, we'll just put kind of like a little, let's do the rings. And I'm not really following a set pattern. I'm just kind of getting inspired as I go. Now, I do this bottom part and I skip most of this and I come up to this part up here. Now, I like this curve, how it curves down, but I make it go into the bottom, so I'm going to grab onto this and just bring it, curve it like so. Kind of sets off my structure of my piece there. Put some leaves in there. But as you can see, this paint is very thick. And when it's wet, it's thick. When it dries, it will deflate a little. As it dries, it'll kind of whoosh down, but it's still very textured. Well, let's see, let's bring something out in here. Now I drug my nozzle through the paint. And this really starts taking on, when I start putting those dots in there, it starts looking a lot more like lace. Let's see, let's bring this around like that. There's some leaves kind of hanging down here. Alright, now I'm going to go for the, I kind of keeping that edge clear because I need something to hold on to. I'm going to do this kind of drawn work up at the top, up there. So I'm going to do both the top, the very edge of the top, and then I'll do a border below it. Maybe about like that, and some of those leaves are going to get in there. Yeah, this thing's leaking. I tightened it as much as I can, but I must need to clean both the inside and outside of it. Tonight, before I finish my others, I will clean the nozzle before I do the next 3. I'm only going to do 6. I got 4 that are going for the swap, and then I want 1 to me, and I want to put 1 in my doodle deck. I'm only doing 1 doodle tonight. That's this one. Alright, and I'm going to go in and put in the dots here, and that's where it starts looking very lacy, is when I put all these little dots in there. because I can't draw with this fine liner all the little filling stitches. I wish I could, but I don't think I could even do that with the fine tip. This acrylic paint doesn't work good in the fine tip unless you water it down. You could put, what do they put in it? I've used it, but I quit buying it. Airbrush medium stuff. I don't, because it's kind of expensive, and I like it thick. I like my paint thick, like this. All right, I'm going to put some more leaves in the corners here. And let's see. Let's do the bottom. Just the bottom border here. Touching the paper on this, when I'm doing these, well, I need to finish putting in dots. I didn't put dots in here, on this side over in here. I'm just letting the paint stream out of the nozzle. I'm not touching my nozzle I'm not dragging it on the paper. I'm gonna take my phone off now because it's in the way. Let's do this side. And I'm going to put some dots in here. Kind of fill up the empty spaces when I see them. And let's put dots on the in between the squares up here, the edging. Make it look a little lacy up there. And then we just have this side to do. Oh, are you not gonna plug up on me, are you? I'm almost done. Don't plug up now. When I'm slow stitching, I'll get to the end and I'll have like 1 or 2 stitches left, and I pull the thread out of the needle. Now that's because my thread is getting so short. Oh, it's plugging up on me. Come on, I just have a little left. Don't do this to me now. It said I'm tired. You were doing so good. Yeah, it's plugging up. Let's see if I can. Go in it this way. There's a little, yeah, I can feel it in there. If I can find the nozzle, you should be able to push your pen down into that nozzle. But there's so much paint in there, you kind of have to dig for it. And then if it's plugged up, which obviously it is, and I'm getting it all over me again. Sometimes I can find it, and other times I have to do a search. And under the paint search in here. it was doing so good. See if I can't get some of that paint out of there. I'm not pushing it down, I'm just wiping it around. Yeah, I'm getting all messy again. Should be able to find that hole. This is where you need to run tap water in here. Do not soak it in Murphy's oil soap. Murphy's oil soap will loosen all of the glue. And your nozzle will, there it goes. See how it, see, and now I can push it in. And yeah, see, it wants to, there was something blocking that. I'm going to give it a blow. I feel it. I think I got it. Now let me get a clean towel. And go through the towels pretty fast. Yeah, it's a little messy job, but it's fun to do. I enjoy doing this. Let me clean this. I just have a little bit to go, and of course this is drying while I'm messing here. All right, so my pan's nice and clean. Let's just, I don't want to go in there too much because I'm afraid I'll push it down. Let's see if I solve the issue. Get that cap on there nice and tight. No. See, I'm pressing really hard. Well, it went down in there. It's trying to come out here. Trying to find the nozzle. Come on. It's just a tiny, tiny little hole there. It doesn't feel like it's plugged up. See, this comes off, but this won't, it gets stopped right here. And so I just leave this on. Take this off. Let's see. I'm not convinced. I think that it's still, I think there's still hope because I can see through it there. Oh, there's something in there. But I see the hole. Come on. Come on. I found you before. Where are you at? There's something stopping it up there. Probably that second time that I stuck that towel in there. Probably shouldn't have done that. See if I can't get some more of that out. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to spray some water in there. See, the water's not even going through it. So I can't just wash it out a little. it goes. See how my needle went down into the... I want to blow on it so bad. I don't feel anything. It's still plugged up. But my needle went down in there. Come on. This is the frustrating part of it. Now, there's a way, and I imagine the pros do, you can buy these little, or you used to be able to, I don't know what they have out there now, but these can be taken out and reinserted back in. And when they get clogged up like this, I would imagine, because I talked to the guy who made these a couple years ago, well, several years ago now, because I've been in Nebraska for 8 years, and it was a couple years before I came back to Nebraska. So about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago, I talked to him, and he sent me some. I didn't bring them home with me. I gave some of them away. But he said you could replace these little metal tips. And I don't know, I thought he said just this, but it might be, let me take this cap off. It might be this whole chamber in here that he's talking about. But see, it gets clogged up in there. It's where it's getting clogged up. Because this is pretty clear up to this point. All of this is pretty clear, so it's getting clogged up in there. And this is where I'm trying to get my needle in. Because, well, my needle goes down there. Let me put that in there again. I'm just playing, you guys. I just got a little bit left to do there. See, my needle goes way down, but it must be right at the base here where it's getting clogged up because it looks pretty clear. No, my needle, yeah, it's going all the way down because the top of this is right there, and it goes as far down as it can go. I see it in there, but I can't go back in this way very good. There, is it there? So it's clogged up, probably right about in there is where it's getting clogged up. I'm going to try some more water. Oh, getting more water on my... No. Where's my needle? Yeah, see, it goes down in there. This, and it's trying to come out. It's trying to come out of the tip. So I think I'm getting it. I'm going to put some more water in there. This is how, you should be cleaning this under the faucet with warm water. But that's generally how I clean them. Pretend that this is a warm water faucet. I don't know if you'd want to use very hot water. And you definitely don't want to soak it in Murphy's oil soap. I would be very careful with any other soap too. If you use a soap, you want to use I would use baby shampoo. I don't think I'd even use Dawn. Because it will loosen your glue of your cap. See, it's trying to come out now. It's dripping out. So I think I definitely have it. Where's my needle? Right here. I'm making a mess. Now it should be flowing. You gotta keep them clean. You got to keep them clean, especially when you use this paint that's, you know, it's thick, it's not diluted. And it's an acrylic craft paint, which probably has a certain texture to it. Oh, my cap's nice and clean. Don't stick your towel in there again, Mary. But it's nice and clean. Yeah, I got a mess here. Let's just throw, well, no, I want to keep that. What time is it? It's 1 after 10. I'm going to finish this postcard and then I'm going to quit. So I'll probably be here till about 10:30 maybe. All right, let's see if I can get it going. I think doing that water wash was a good thing. I'll have to remember that. I usually take it out in the kitchen and clean it under the faucet, have a pan. I don't let the paint go down the sink. I put a catcher, throw it out. Oh, it's still not wanting to come out. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Whatever was clogging it up, it's thinner. There we go. All right, I think I got enough to finish my, let's throw this away before I have too much of a mess. And I'll put some more hand sanitizer on my fingers and clean my hands up a little here. Grab another towel. Oh. I just got a couple, just a little bit of that edge, maybe an inch to go there. All right, let's throw that away and get me a clean one. My water's here. All right, let's finish this edge here. Hopefully, yeah, it's cooperating. Acrylic paint has a lot of, this craft paint has a lot of you know, smuts. It has a lot of acrylic goobers in it. All right. Where's my pen? What did I do with my pen? I didn't give it back to Penelope. Where did it fly off to? Well, I'll grab another one. It'll show up. While I'm drying it, I want to put the pen back in it. And then I usually, you know, kind of push that up and down. But that had a goober in it. I'm pretty sure it did. There's the cap. All right. We're back in business. Let's dry it. I'm just about done. Yeah, Mary. I'll be done by 10:30. I'll quit at 10:30 whether I'm done or not. Find my heat gun. It's dark down there. I can't see a thing. Where's my heat gun? No wonder it's hid behind the books. Now I gotta plug it back in. All right. Alrighty. Heat gun alert. This has had a chance to dry a little while I was fooling with that paint applicator, so this shouldn't take too long to dry. Those paint applicators are kind of frustrating to work with, but I do like the effect they give, at least with this technique. It's hard to get a lot of detail with them because using this thick, even with this thick paint, it can run together, it can ooze, make a puddle. The fun part is putting the ink on it. And I think my wax paper blew away. I have to get out clean wax paper. All right, let's touch it here. Looks pretty good. Whoops, was that from me or from, no, I think that's just a dirty finger. Ha! Let's clean this and make sure that I can touch it. Well, it is a little wet in there, right there. If I just get the top layer dry, and then it'll sit overnight. And like I said, a lot of the poofiness of this paint will flatten out, but it's still very textured. And I'm putting that second layer on after I put my ink on, and that helps it too. Did I get it? Let's see. Let's just touch it. Still a little wet. I'm getting tired, but I do want to watch Miriam. There's a link to her opening video for the summer Streamathon, and she'll be on at 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central for a half an hour just talking about the Streamathon. I think it's just the opening video, and then Beth Schuler comes on next, and then there's some people scheduled for the wee hours of the morning that I will probably miss. I don't even know if I'll get all through Beth's stream because Beth is going to draw that little seal that's on the thumbnail. Let's go there. We're done with this. Get out of that. Come back into my channel. Come on, come on, come on. Let's hit that link. Whoops. This is her channel. Miriam's channel. That's her thumbnail. Looks like Dinky Crafts Jennifer's already there. Left my DNA early, as I may be on somebody else's panel. She says, I came and left my DNA. Let's see, I want to go to my channel and go to my community tab. For tomorrow, if you get lost along the way and want to know here's the little seal that Beth is going to do. He is cute. There's probably more to him here. I kind of cut off the picture, putting it on there. But, well, there you go. There it is. Beth is going to do that. I think he'd make a good postcard. I might do that. And, but I have, right at the top of my community tab, I have a list, and every day I'm going to put a list of who's streaming all day long from 12:30 tonight until 10 o'clock tomorrow night. And there's links to their channels. There's some links to the video themselves, but most of them are channel links. So if you get lost, you can come to my community tab, and every day I'll put up a new post for that day's activities. And there's a playlist link right here at the top. And of course it just has Miriam's video in it. And as the streams happen, like the next video down, well, up, because I build my playlist from the bottom up, so the newest one is on top. I prefer doing it that way. Not everybody likes it that way, but I like it that way because after I watch the newest, I'm ready for the next one. And I come in and it's right at the top. So Beth's will be the next one to go in here. And then as I can't add them all now because they haven't published them yet. They haven't streamed yet. So, but I have the playlist built, and as they stream, I'll add them to this playlist. This is my private playlist on my channel. But you should be able to see it as you come in to my channel. All right, I think I can hit this now with some walnut ink. We'll finish this guy up. I don't want a towel, I want wax paper. I got that fan here and it's blowing my papers around. I think if I go on the other side of my cart, I'll find papers. But it gets hot in here. All right. So this is really the top here. And let me show it before we put on the ink. Let me just stand up and show it to you. So you can kind of see the texture of it. Just like that. It almost looks like it's been embossed. Oh, now that fan is blowing too much on me. I have to kind of keep it turned. Well, the temperatures have been cooler this week, which is nice. But we have the central air on. And I really don't need that fan, but I need it in here because it gets hot. All right, we want the ink. And this brush is still, I did not put it back in the water after the last one, so. And we're just going to brush across here. Now what Jen was saying, Fiddly Bits Jen, and I'm just putting down a bottom coat. She was saying to take a clean brush with water and go over this. Let me try that. I need a clean brush. Lights in my eyes. Find a clean brush. Down here, I moved my brushes. This is fairly clean and it's a big brush. And I'm just going to spritz some water on my palette here and dip my brush in there. And she was saying maybe that would clean off the, and it does, but it gets dirty as I, but it also gets the, it probably depends on how hard you brush at it. Let's just get this done. I'll play with this another time when I'm not wanting to do 6 of these. This is my 3rd one. I'm halfway through. These are fun to do though, aren't they? After all the trouble with doing them, they are fun to, I like the end result. And I'm not worried about the back because I go in and color the back. See, it's resisting along the edge there. Now, she'd probably do a better job at that than I am. I need a Q-tip maybe. I'm not going to worry about it too much because I'm going to put a second coat on of paint. Hold on. Let's just go back over this. I like the darker stuff, but it dries much lighter, as all watercolor will do too. All inks and watercolors are darker when they're wet. So give it several layers. That's kind of cool, isn't it? Okay. Just let me grab an extra paper here and clean my brush off before I put it in the water. I'm going to have to clean my water anyway, but I'll put it in the pot of water over here. All right. Let's put the lid on this so I don't spill it. I've got several jars of this out in the kitchen. Oh, I'm not done. I'll have to get that brush out again because I got to do the back, but we're going to dry this first. Heat gun alert. Oh, I dumped my paintbrushes. Hold on. Let me pick stuff up here. I have a box of doodads. Clips. All right. Heat gun alert. I think I can turn it over and do the back. Oh, look at that. Isn't that cool? Now, I didn't see that on the others, where that ink completely soaked through. Alcohol ink will do that, but I didn't notice it so much on the others. Was this the brush I was using? Yeah. Just grab a little. Ooh, cool. I wish that would have happened on the others. This one's cool. I wonder why it did that. I mean, why? I know why it did it. It's soaking through. But why didn't it do it on the others? Why did it do it on this one and not the others? What did I do to make it? That's cool. I'm happy with that. Let's put the lid back on this so I don't spill it. Now I'd have quite a mess. Oh, I am getting tired. And it does curl, it starts to curl, and so I just flip it over just like Tim Holtz would do with his tags, and it flattens out. I'll put these, I don't want to flatten them too much because I'll flatten out all the texture. If you iron them or anything, you would iron out all that yummy texture that's on there. So the last thing that I want to do here is go back in with some white paint again. All right, I'm going to put the needle right here. I don't need this anymore. That's sandpaper. I'll keep my towel in case I need that. I keep rolling my sleeves back up. All right, so let's just go highlight this again. And hopefully my fine liner will be good. You drag the nozzle through wet paint, but I don't think the nozzle was what was clogged up. It was clogged up down there in the neck. I think it had a goober in it. Oh, come on. I think it's getting another... Threw my scratch pad away. Get another one out. No, it's working. And when you do these rings, you want to make them large because that ink paint can float into each other there. See, it's starting to float into itself there. And I'm trying not to drag it on the paper. I'm trying to stay above the paper and just let the paint ooze out. And you just keep at it till it's done. I like this. I like this curve. Now I'm going to put one of these in my doodle deck. just because I usually work on my doodle decks on Sunday night, but I usually do. I did go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art to look at the lace, but I usually do 4 or 5 doodles. But these are going to be postcards that I'm sending off in Beth Schuler's swap. Now, on the Streamathon, I will be streaming Thursday, the wee hours of the morning on Thursday from like 2 a.m., I think. Excuse me, I think it might be 3 Eastern. I have to go check the schedule again. But the wee hours of the morning until 9, so it's kind of like a little mini marathon. And I'm going to be, Thursday is kind of textile day. I'm not going to sew any clothes. I'll probably do some stitching. I would encourage you, if you're listening out there, if you're interested in it, I'm just going to show you a little bit of tatting. I'm not going to spend hours tatting because I think you really have to be interested in it to follow several hours of tatting. And but I'm going to do some other things too. Friday is carving day. I will be on for about an hour on Friday, I think in the afternoon, early afternoon. I'd have to check my times again. Just kind of filling in some of the gaps. But there's a lot going on next week. I would encourage you to check the schedules. Come and join some of the streams if you have time. There's several people that I don't know. I've kind of fallen out of watching so many videos. I just got things that got to get done. And I don't know, this year's been weird for me. I don't watch as many videos as I used to, but I want to get back into it. But there's a lot of people that I don't know that are streaming this year in the Streamathon, so I'm excited about watching some of their videos, seeing what's going on. Of course, there's several of you that I do know. Beth Schuler is coming on tonight. She said she's going to work on, I think she said a collage, and she's going to draw that little seal that's the logo, kind of the picture. I might do that too. I don't know if I can do it tonight, though, because I'm really tired. I didn't sleep good last night. Okay, now what makes this look really lacy is when I go in and, well, there's another leaf coming up this way. Go in and put in these dots. Make it look lacy. And when these dry, I'm really excited about putting some of that gold screen printing ink on it. Kind of as a rub and buff type thing. So this has been fun to do. I've got 3 more to do. It really doesn't take long what takes long is when you have to stop and clean out your paint applicator. righty. That's pretty good. Now, let's do the top. And again, I'm not dragging my nozzle through that wet paint that's already there. I'm going, well, I just drug it through there. I'm trying to go above the page and just letting it stream out. One more in there. I want to put some dots in there. And a little dot. I don't want to do anything in there with, if it's too close, it'll run together. Now I just need to do the sides and the bottom. Drag it through the paint. Oops, I might have there. Well, we'll check it. I can always go over that paint. I got it on my fingers. What is happening here? I put my hand in it. All right, let's see what I can do here. And then we have there we go. I'm just going to leave it out on my desk to dry. It'll be my thumbnail. Except, I think I want to take the wax paper out. Wax paper doesn't look good on the thumbnails. Hold on, I'm putting the pen back in the nozzle here. If I can. Come on, pen. There. All right. So. I'll just use this for my thumbnail. All right, let me refresh my chat and come out and say good night. It is 10:35. Not too bad. Not too bad. Over. Let me go to all messages. Thank you, Lala. Hi, Esther. It's good to see you. Artful Esther, thank you so much. It's good to see you. Brenda says, kind of looks like cork. It does in a way, doesn't it? It's the brown. But it's representing lace. It's representing lace. Let's see, Lala's here, Esther, Penny Pudge, Brenda. Beth dropped a link to the Streamathon, I think. Brenda says, I'm so tired. I'll be watching whoever I'm lucky enough to catch. Yeah, I'm building a playlist, Brenda. So if you want to catch old videos off the playlist, they'll all be in that one. I'll probably have to, because I'm going to have to sleep sometime. I'll have to, after they're done, I'll have to go and add them, but I'm going to try to add them in order. From the bottom up. All right, I think I've caught everybody. Nope, that's not a tatty needle, Hekatia. Although tatty needle would work nice. That's just a regular needle with the feather tip on it. These are kind of expensive. But these are some old ones I had around. I've used those little applique pins now for my slow stitching. These kind of long and clunky, but they fit this nozzle good. All right, everybody, I want to thank you for bearing with me this whole stream, and thank you for coming. I wish you all a really good week next week. There's going to be a lot going on. Don't forget the Streamathon. All right. Happy arting. I'll see you. I don't think I'll stream Tuesday morning. I don't think I'll stream until Thursday morning. Kind of give way to the Streamathon. So I will be on real early Thursday morning. I probably will stream Friday night, though. We'll see how I feel. Bye, everybody. Have a great week. Good night, Linda.